Yeah. It starts at 12. We'll probably go. Yeah. What's good? Hey, Jesse. My bad. There you go. What's up, everybody?
What's good?
We're going to go to the Monte McNair press conference. What is that? We're going to go to the Monte McNair press conference, probably at the top of the hour, near the top of the hour, somewhere around there. Like, we've got it pulled up ready for you. And we'll go there live, baby. Appreciate you being with us again. Appreciate you. Who's up in here? Who's going to the game tonight besides Michigan Wolverine? Anybody else going?
Michigan Wolverine in the house. Or was I at a concert last night and need to cover your eyes? No, it definitely wasn't at a concert last night. Although
is that Eric Bellinger that walked in here? Is that who that was?
Yeah. He was at Harlow's on Wednesday.
Yeah, with my man from Grownish. I was like, that's Zoe's boyfriend. The dude who was with him.
Which one? Which
Trevor Summer?
The guy who played Shaft?
From Grownish.
I know, but she had two, remember? She had like the little, not stoner guy.
No, not the stoner guy. No.
The guy who played Shaft?
Not that one. Oh, I forgot I got to hit this.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, Young Zimmerle. Let's go, De'Aaron Fox.
Let's go, baby. D-Fox.
The Sacramento Kings got 2 All-Stars.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Welcome into the Friday, February 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are headed out to Monte McNair's press conference coming up here in just a couple of minutes. As soon as Monte McNair takes the podium, we'll go to Monte McNair. You'll be able to watch it on the live stream. You'll be able to hear it on the radio if you're on the Odyssey app, if you're on 98.5 FM HD2. If you are watching, listening, wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We appreciate you allowing us to be a part of your Kings coverage. As we mentioned, De'Aaron Fox named to the All-Star team today, one of 3 reserves that got added to the squad. Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man, on his way to the All-Star game, as is Pascal Siakam. So 2 names that a lot of people thought, they missed out, huh? Well, they didn't miss out now. Siakam, Anthony Edwards, and our guy, De'Aaron Fox, is in, and the Sacramento Kings have 2 All-Stars.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, where's Stringer at? We got 2 All-Stars.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
It's a big deal, man. It's a big deal.
Absolutely.
Off the top of my head, Denver doesn't have 2 All-Stars.
No.
Memphis doesn't have 2 All-Stars.
They do. They shouldn't.
Oh, they do. I'm sorry.
They do. They shouldn't. Let's just be real.
Okay, it's my bad. I'm not even gonna say anything. They have 2 All-Stars. They do. Ja and JJJ. That's. I'm gonna need to be reminded about that for a long time.
And I'm gonna just say, since De'Aaron got in there, however he got in there, I ain't gonna say nothing about JJJ.
Jaren can have it. Yep.
Congratulations, Jaren.
Jaren can have it. LA, the Clippers, the Lakers, Phoenix Suns.
That's crazy. So them and
the Sacramento Kings have 2 All-Stars
in the Western Conference All-Star team.
Technically, the Mavericks do.
Technically, they do.
Right? I mean, right? They do. Yeah. They do. Luka Doncic is back tonight. Boy, the eyes of the NBA world
Let's go.
The eyes of the NBA world are going to be on the Golden One Center tonight.
I'm getting charged up. I want this one.
No doubt.
I want this one.
Yes,
I'll tell you
indeed.
this. Look, man, I don't like the Lakers. I hate the Lakers. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, no
but
doubt,
where that clip came from, okay, Lake Show, a trash clip. I'll tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
If Carmelo would have signed with the Mavericks, I wouldn't have been saying that. You see how I feel about Kyrie, my guy on the court, him feeling about the Mavericks. I hate the Mavericks. So I want all the smoke. I want the Mavericks tonight, tomorrow night, and I want them in the playoffs.
Okay, well, you're gonna get them tonight. You're gonna get them tomorrow, and we're going to see for the very first time this new Dallas Mavericks team.
Well, I'm seeing reports. I thought we were. Now they're saying Luka's out.
They literally just said Luka was available.
I know. I saw the same thing.
Luka talked to reporters after that report came out and said he still has discomfort in his heel, so he's going to try and play. He hopes to play tomorrow.
Who was that? Was that Shams?
That was Shams. Who said it earlier this morning.
Well, how much time is on the dump button? Can we just erase the first 4 minutes of this?
Hey, we don't have to erase my hate for the Mavericks. I still don't like them.
What was
Kyrie? I hate it had to be you because we about to do work tonight.
What was the real bad Shams tweet from? You remember what it was?
It was the Big Three one, right?
Oh, that the Big Three was disappearing. Was it? There was that, right? Like
something
the
like that. Like they were going under, something like that.
Ice Cube was broke. Oh yeah,
that's right.
Oh,
that's
Shams.
Right. Shams. I saw stats yesterday. Shams lost to Woj.
Woj whooped his ass.
Well, it was closer than that.
I think Woj whooped his ass.
It was 11-10.
The best part was though, Pat Bev tweeting about Woj, and then Shams tweets the news that Pat Bev has been traded to Orlando. That was marvelous. That was beautiful.
11-10 trade news broken. This trade deadline. Woj beats Shams.
Well, that's just okay. Pipe down a little bit there. We don't need to be hearing this, Adam.
Sacramento, a player we've been tracking back all the way to his college days. Young, athletic,
Monte McNair,
big wing, extremely versatile. We're certainly looking forward to getting him into our system and seeing what he can do. But at the end of the day, we as always did our due diligence and vetted the market. Ultimately, just made the one move, but we want to make sure that we're letting this group and the continuity that they've shown continue to shine through for the rest of the year. So we know the job, as always, never done. We're confident in the team we built, and with that, I'll take questions.
Started pretty abruptly, obviously. Monte McNair, Sacramento Kings general manager.
What's up, sir? When you went into Thursday, did you have it in your mind that you guys were probably going to leave things as is, or did you feel like some more things could have potentially fallen through for you?
The whole week is intense, and so no, we certainly went in, with our normal mindset, and had lots of conversations the entire week, all the way up till the final buzzer. And it just this year. We ended up doing less than maybe we've done in the past, but like I said, our one of the things we wanted to do was be protective of that group, and so ultimately we explored a bunch of things, but none met that threshold.
I know being reactionary is never ideal, but seeing all the moves that were happening in the West, did that factor into your calculus at all?
I think. I would say high level, no. Our group, we do a great job of preparing heading into the deadline, just like we do during the draft, so that we know what our value is. Obviously, as things change with our competitors, that can change that calculus, but we also don't want to be reactionary just to be reactionary. We'll never do that. But the West is always tough. I've been in the West now for 16 seasons, and this is no different. We think we're in a really good spot, but we know we got 28 games left, and we're going to have to go and fight it out with some really good teams. But we're also confident in the group that has done that already for 54 games. So, we're all confident. And most importantly, the players are confident.
Yeah, Monty, defensively, you guys have not been great all season. You're still in the bottom, like 6 in the league. Is that something that you just felt like you couldn't address at the deadline, without messing with the core of the team?
I think defensively, look, we know we need to be better. I would say we need to be better offensively too, and I think we can on both sides. We certainly struggled at the start of the year. I think we've been better, kind of in this middle part of the season. But we know we're going to need to be even better, especially with what our schedule looks like going forward. But we think the guys here have already shown the ability to do it. We need to be a little more consistent. But Mike and his staff have done a great job, and I think we're 19th or 20th since December 1st, so better, but certainly not good enough. But I think there's been some signs of improvement. We want to see that continue while our offense continues to be where it's at in the top 2 to 3 of the league.
Monte, you talked about wanting to let this group continue to gel. How much does it come into play, and how much do you worry about not wanting to impact negatively a locker room or team chemistry or team camaraderie, and not wanting to break up something like that when making any kind of move?
Yeah, I think it's part of the calculus, and we've turned over half our roster in the last year. So there's been a lot of change. We got new coaching staff, and we said, I think at the beginning of the year, we don't know exactly what it's going to be, and we want to sit and evaluate and see what's going to happen. And obviously, there's been some ups and downs. We started 0-4. We really busted out after that. We've fought through some tougher times, but I think consistently this team has shown that they will answer the challenge, continue to improve. So that doesn't mean that we didn't explore other things, because there could be those things, but we have to balance doing a move against the continuity, and just ultimately, none of those came past that point.
Monty, how do you weigh the differences between evaluating your team in November, December, January versus post All-Star break and potentially a playoff run? Like, are you still in that evaluation mode of like, I want to see how this group does in this situation?
Yeah, I would say we're always evaluating, but less than an evaluation period. We're much more confident for sure now that we're at this point in the season. But there's always going to be new challenges, and yeah, our job's never done. It's definitely a 12-month a year kind of thing these days. Now our job is to go and figure out how to get this group, to continue to do what they've done and come out on top and meet our goal of making the playoffs here by the end of the season.
Hey, Monty, you kind of addressed it, but entering the season, there were a lot of new changes and nobody really knew what this team was going to be. I'm just curious, was there a point in the season or maybe a specific game where you realized that this team was special?
That's a good question. I would probably point to the Utah game at home. If I'm going to get the sequence right, we're down 1. De'Aaron missed a couple shots. We got a couple offensive rebounds, and I believe all 5 guys touched it. It was completely unselfish, scrappy. We had, by the way, I'll get back to this, but our second All-Star missed a couple shots, but then fought for the rebound. Harrison got it, kicked it to Keegan, who immediately swung it to Kevin, who knocked down about a 30-footer. And the place went crazy. But I think that just showed our guys aren't going to quit, but they're also going to be unselfish. They're going to get in the fight, and they're going to be confident that when the ball hits their hand, they're going to knock down the shot we need them to. So if I had to point to one, I'd point to that. That was special. But there's been a lot of moments along the way.
Yeah, Monty, throughout this decision-making process, what was on your mind is what would make the end of this season a successful year?
Again, we know what our long-term, goals are. Certainly in the short term, we want to make the playoffs. Longer term, we want to become a contending team in the West. But our focus is what can we do tonight, tomorrow, and forward. And that's what I think has gotten us to that point. And Mike has done a fantastic job of doing that. If he's not the coach of the year at this point, I think something's wrong. But to have our team where they are now, I believe we have something like the most blowout wins and the fewest blowout losses. And I think that shows our guys get down, they fight back. And some nights we don't have it, but we're there trying to figure out a way. There was maybe a Memphis game earlier this year where we just couldn't make a shot, but our defense held us in it. We almost pulled it out in the end. There's been other times where it's all clicking and, teams have a hard time sticking with us on both ends. So, testament to Mike and what they've done. But I think if we continue that process, we're gonna get to where we need to get to, not just this year, but going forward.
Do you anticipate looking at the buyout market at all to add depth, or do you think you're pretty much done with the roster?
We're always trying to improve.
Like I said, 12-month a year job. We'll continue to look at opportunities that can help our team, but at the same time, not just our starting lineup, our depth has been great. We've had 10, 11, 12, 13 guys contribute. Shout out to our Stockton team, who is first in the West right now. We've had Keon Ellis and Mias Keita and others down there developing. So, we're confident our roster top to bottom. But, of course, if there's opportunities to continue to help that present, we'll look at those.
Yeah, Monty, getting Domas into the All-Star game had to be a huge thing for you specifically because of the way that the Tyrese Halliburton trade was looked at. But how much does having Fox also there sort of validate everything that happened in that situation where you not only got one All-Star, but you got one that helped another guy get to the All-Star game as well?
Yeah, certainly not about me. That's about Domas and what he's done for this team, and he's just been fantastic from day one. And we run a ton of stuff through him on both ends. We rely on him heavily. It's a pleasure to watch him out there. And then De'Aaron, who's been, I guess, the new award, whatever it is, the Jerry West Award. I mean, De'Aaron's been amazing down the stretch in the clutch. I'm just so happy for De'Aaron. I had all my remarks about how, I believe we have 2 All-Stars, even though it hasn't been recognized yet. I'm so happy it's been recognized. And, those 2 guys, they're the engines that make us go. And, it's the pieces around them. Harrison Barnes, who's, certainly, I guess, our quote unquote veteran leader. He's won a championship. Kevin, Keegan coming in as a rookie, on and on. Davion, Malik, Trey, Chimezi, Rashawn, Terrence Davis. We go on. These guys, I think, all feed off those 2 guys and complement them very well. And, I'm happy for the recognition that they've gotten.
You look at all these accomplishments that you have along the way. It's like the first time since so many years you get different franchise leaders. You got 2 All-Stars and so forth. Does this at all exceed maybe some of the expectations or thoughts that you might have had about this team before the season started? Has anything kind of surprised you or exceeded maybe some of the things that you thought this team could be?
I think there's always some range of outcomes that can happen at the start of the season, I think our group felt really good about what we'd put out there and the opportunities that the team had to grow. We got a coach in Mike who we felt could be the perfect coach and has proven that for this group. We had what we thought could be 2 All-Stars, which is proven out. We certainly wanted to add a lot of shooting around those guys and guys who can play hard and be 2-way guys. So I think a lot of the things that we thought could happen, and maybe some folks were more or less confident in those things happening. A lot of those have borne out, and we've seen that. But we're only 2/3 of the way through the season. I don't think they hand out playoff berths at this point. So we got 1/3 of the season to go, and we're gonna have to continue to answer those challenges like we've done.
They might not hand out playoff berths at this point in the season, but owners hand out contract extensions. How happy were you to get that? And now how big is it for you to be on the same timeline as Mike Brown as well?
Yeah, I'm first of all, obviously, thank Vivek and his support and everything along the way. And this is just, I'm very happy. The next step in our in our relationship, my wife and kids love Sacramento. So happy that we can, continue to grow our family here. But also, mostly a testament to all the people that, help along the way. First and foremost, Wes Wilcox, who's here, he's run his own team. He should be running one very soon, if not, should already have been there. But Phil Jabor, who, runs our entire personnel, he's going to be next in line. Paul Johnson already running our G League team into first place. I think there's going to be multiple folks in the very near term that are I'm gonna have to be negotiating with at future trade deadlines, and they'll know all my tricks and I'll know all theirs. But that group and the rest of our front office, is the reason for all that. And we're happy about what we got going, what we're going to try to finish this year, and now continue to go on in future years.
Monty, back to the trade deadline, can you share any insight on the current market value of second round picks? I know you have a collection of them. We saw multiple deals with 5 second round picks being moved for players. Just what is any insight that you can share on what that value is of a second rounder today?
Second rounders can be used in many different ways. We've drafted second rounders. We've traded them in different moves. We have sent a second rounder last year for a rights owned player. So I think they're a currency. This year there were a lot of teams trying to improve. There's a ton of parity across the league. And, that's a market, right? When there's more buyers and sellers, maybe that inflates some of those prices. But all those things are part of the portfolio, whether we, use them in pick and trade, in other ways. We're always balancing those things. But, just part of our portfolio that we try to do to get this team to where we need to.
Monty, this is obviously a fan base that hasn't seen the playoffs in 16 years. When you're operating at the trade deadline, how do you balance the idea of maybe pushing all your chips in to maybe make a move that's more win now, so to speak, versus, like you said, wanting to contend for the long run and years to come? Yeah,
we've said it from day one, but making the playoffs is very important and is our stated short-term goal. At the same time, we're also making sure that we're going to be here for a long time, and we're going to be in the playoffs. We're going to be competing. We're going to be growing. But I would say we looked at moves that may help us in the short term and help solidify that. At the same time, what this group's done, we have guys that have been in and out of the rotation that we think can help us. So I think we have a lot of depth already, and guys that have proven they can help us. So we're happy about that group, and like we said, the continuity of the group is something that we haven't had as much of. We've had a lot of turnover lately, and now that we've had the success there, we think that can be a big part of our stretch run as well.
Yeah, Monty, heading into your second contract and not too long, how do you feel like you've grown as an individual and a general manager since when you first took this job?
I'm way less nervous at press conferences. Which I don't know. I hope that's a good thing. Although the first press conference, there was no folks there with COVID. So maybe that helped. But no, I think we've had a lot of change in my time here. And roster, coaching staff, even, front office, performance staff. But we do feel like we're in a really good place. I try to surround myself with really good people and listen to them. And I think that's gotten us to where we are. I'm going to continue to do that. And like I said, I hope the next step for us is the sign of a really good organization is when your folks continue to get bigger and better jobs elsewhere. And then the next challenge for us is going to be how to replace those folks and keep this thing going. But, that's going to be a good problem to have. I'm just going to continue to find people that help me and, make me look better. So.
Monty, when you look at the group that you have now versus the years in the past, what sticks out to you the most on the reason you guys are having this recent success?
I don't think it's any one thing. It's sometimes it's hard to diagnose, how all those things are, but really I think it's the combination of, like I said, Mike, who should be coach of the year, the culture he's helping build, the culture he's really built and continues to, new players joining old players. So we've had De'Aaron and Harrison and Rashawn here since I started, by adding Domas and Kevin and on down the line. Those guys, how they've complemented each other. And just those guys building off of each other's success and building that confidence that they can do it. And I think every game we play, every win we have continues to build that. The belief in that group is growing. And, I think it's not just one thing. And it's the combination of all of them. And again, that's a big reason that we're happy with where the group is, and we're going to let them continue to grow here.
Someone trying to sneak in one last question. Who's late to the microphone?
Hello. If I can sneak in really quick, Harrison Barnes, such an important part of this team going into an offseason where the future is undecided. How do you weigh the decision of trying to maximize value at the trade deadline versus believing that you'll tackle that or cross that bridge when you come to it?
Yeah, just say Harrison is obviously a huge part of what we're doing. Harrison can play multiple positions, multiple guard different guys. Coach puts him on a lot. He's a huge part of our team, and not just on the court but off the court. With his championship pedigree, the ultimate professional. We all know the value Harrison has to us, and we're happy he's here.
Good. Sacramento Kings general manager right there, Monte McNair, much longer. Oh, no, James, no, we don't need all that, James. Much longer than I expected it to be.
Yeah, he's holding court.
He absolutely was, and he actually said a couple of things. I mean, normally these press conferences are kind of full of nothing, and he toted the line a few times, which should be of no surprise to any of us. But he did say a couple of things that got my attention, namely when he was asked about at what point did he think, hey, maybe we've got something here. Maybe this season is special. And he referenced the Utah game at home. That was on December 30th. The Kings won that game by 1 point. He laid out a sequence with De'Aaron Fox getting some offensive rebounds. De'Aaron Fox finished that one with 24. Kevin Huerter had 30 in that one. Domantas Sabonis had 28, and they wound up winning that game by 1 point.
Yeah, that was the game where Huerter broke. Well, not Huerter, but the Golden One
Jones.
Center. The Golden One Center broke the microphone.
Oh, yeah,
damn near. With that roar, that was a moment.
That was absolutely a moment, and it was fun to hear Monty reference that. He sounded really confident, and a lot of media and Kings fans, got around 12:01, 12:02 yesterday, and we're kind of just looking at their phones, willing a push notification to come through from Woj or Shams involving the Sacramento Kings. And, everyone is going to have their opinion on that until the playoffs are here and the Sacramento Kings are playing a game. But it was clear, we could speculate on why moves weren't done yesterday. And we did that. Today, it's clear why moves weren't made. And he is confident in the squad. He didn't sound dejected, frustrated, annoyed. He went into that press conference with a great level of confidence in the guys who wear Sacramento Kings jerseys.
Yeah, straight up. One of the things that I take away from Monte McNair when he speaks, and when you talk about stuff like the confidence he has in this group, even though at some point, during his early in his tenure, maybe I was critical on Monty, or I wasn't sure, whatever the case may be, I'm confident that he knows what the hell he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He knows what his team needs. He knows who his teams are. And I kind of saw the same thing as you, he feels good about this team, period. Like, if there was something that came across the table, sure, I'm looking at it. If I'm Monte McNair, and, I'm doing my due diligence and doing what I'm supposed to do, then I'm weighing out the possibility of adding somebody into the fold, but not at all costs with this group.
Yeah.
And I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt. We talk about Sabonis and Halliburton, but he made good trades before that. He made good deals before that. And nobody's 100%, but he was making moves at deadline before that put this team in a position to possibly be successful and get into the play-in and things of that nature.
Terrence is a part of his first trade
Terrence
deadline.
is a part of that for sure.
Yeah.
He's good at what he does, man. He's a good GM so far in his tenure, at least. Yeah. And I trust his decision making. That means if he's willing to make a deal or not.
Let's step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more about what Monte McNair said. We'll talk about the game tonight. De'Aaron Fox is an all-star. Let's talk about that as well. We're just getting started. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. The Friday crew is here. Trysta Krick live from the Super Bowl. Kyle Madson will be with us. James Ham will be with us. That's all coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we'll go 43 and get back on track. Looks like Zell's headed to Good Day, Sacramento.
There we go.
It's trekking towards Monday, but we'll see. We'll wait for the official.
That'd be awesome. It's gonna be awesome.
Shout out to Tyler. Ham's first question. First of all, Monty, how dare you?
Fox got a sound too. Ham got sound from Fox.
Okay.
On the being selected to the All-Star team and stuff.
Twitter.
Mm-hmm. What you guys got going on this weekend, man? Anybody having a Super Bowl party? Anybody doing something big, exciting for the Super Bowl? I'm not. I'm actually got a busy day.
Damn, it is 4 fucking minutes. All right. Okay. I want to hear the rest of that. All right. We'll run that back when we get back. Run that back. Man, I've been an all-star like 5 times.
Roddy said he's golfing instead of watching the Super Bowl. He's thinking about it at least.
I didn't mean to kick Kenny out like that. I'm not excited, man.
I think
I'm excited for.
I think the game will be cool.
Yeah, I'll enjoy. I mean, it's a football game, and I'll watch it. But
yeah, it'll be cool.
I'm tuning in for Riri.
When was the last Super Bowl you were hyped for? Patriots Seahawks seemed like a big deal.
I was excited for 49ers Chiefs.
Well, I was. Obviously, I was. I was trying to think of a non-49ers Super Bowl.
I wasn't excited for Bucks Rams. Wasn't excited for, what was it last year? Rams and
Bengals.
Oh God, I wasn't excited about that at all.
That one was solid. I
wasn't excited for it.
I wasn't excited.
I don't know.
Just because the Niners lost. And
Maybe I just don't get excited about Super Bowls anymore.
Patriots Seahawks was that's something I did look forward to.
Patriots Seahawks. Yeah.
That had an energy. Well, Leezy,
that's a dumb question, Leezy.
Do I think Purdy would have beat Mahomes?
That's a dumb question.
Wouldn't have had to beat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Mahomes play safety?
Mahomes would have had to beat that San Francisco 49ers.
Mahomes play safety? Mahomes play linebacker? Yes, I do think they would have beat the Chiefs.
Oh, good looking out, Joseph. My guy. Appreciate you, Joseph. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Normally Ham warns us. Here, we'll watch it during the live stream then.
All-star. It feels good. I think it should have had happened already, but I'm appreciative for sure.
What should have happened? Do you mean earlier in your career or earlier this cycle?
both, to be honest. But like I said, I'm appreciative. I think it's good for the team, good for the organization. So,
what was the reaction like?
Genuinely looks like he doesn't care.
An all-star first half.
Truth be told, I didn't care. I was on the plane headed to Houston, so I was more so worried about my wife and worried about our child being born. So.
And then to find out, I mean, you just said yesterday that if it was up to you, probably not, but obviously family and wife come first and they want to have fun there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, they would love to go. So I think it'll be great for all of us to be able to experience that for the first time.
Do you feel like people, though, have been kind of taking notice of more so this year, maybe because it coincides with team success of what you've been doing on the court?
Yeah, definitely. I think the respect level has risen. I mean, even throughout the league. But for us, we feel like we still have a long way to go, and we still want to get better as a team.
How cool is it to get to go with Domas and also Keegan, having Keegan there as well?
It's great. I don't know what team has as many guys we have that's going to be there that weekend. So
I think
it's
baby.
fantastic for us. I mean, we have 4 guys,
Talk.
In our starting lineup that's going to be a part of All-Star Weekend. So for us, I think it's one, going to be fun for us to be able to experience that together, and 2, I just think for the organization, for the city, I think it's great for us.
Who's the 4th?
All right, that's good stuff.
4th.
Kev, 3-point.
Is he in?
Oh shit! I thought he was. No? Yes.
I was like, hey, he's all right. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. That's good stuff. That's fantastic. Well, I guess we got that little nugget. Kevin Huerter's in the 3-point shootout. De'Aaron Fox broke the news. That's terrific.
Yeah, that's four starters in there. 4 starters in the All-Star activities.
That's tremendous. That's absolutely terrific. I'm pretty sure we were having some fun with some sound from De'Aaron Fox that James Ham posted during the commercial break, and I'm pretty sure De'Aaron Fox broke the news that Kevin Huerter's a part of the 3-point contest because he was asked about being an all-star. And I'll say this for those who weren't watching, he genuinely looks like he doesn't care.
Yeah, he's like, all right,
I don't know if it's the baby and the wife or if he just genuinely just does not care about being an all-star. He said he's appreciative and he's thankful for what that means for the team. And he was asked about, the fact that he gets to go with Domas. He was like, yeah, it's great. Domas is there. Like, I don't think anybody has more people. I don't think a team has more people representing. Like, we got 4 guys going to the All-Star break. And Ham with the quick, who's the 4th? Because Keegan's going, Domas is going, De'Aaron's going. And he goes, Kevin Huerter, the 3-point contest. And Ham goes, he's in? And Fox's reaction is fantastic. It's not Twitter. It's not radio appropriate. So you can go to Twitter and see it or scroll back a few minutes if you're watching on YouTube. But his reaction is fantastic. And it appears Kevin Huerter is going to be a part of the 3-point contest this All-Star weekend.
That's going to be lit, man. That's going to be lit. If they really wanted to get, all kingsy at All-Star weekend. By the way, did you see one of the shirts for All-Star weekend? I'm gonna have to change that. But Jesse, did you see that? Yeah, you're gonna have to change that.
I missed it.
They could throw Malik Monk in the dunk contest.
Oh, absolutely.
They could throw Monk in the dunk contest, especially with my man Shaden being out. Max McClung, he's gonna be in that dunk contest too. He might win it. Max McClung, he got bounce.
I'd love to see Malik. So all we're missing is HB.
That's all we're missing, HB.
Harrison's like, that's fine. That's fine.
HB could be part
I'm going to chill, dog. I'm good.
He could be part of the what's the name of the game? The not the skills one, but the ball up. Is that what the name? The 2-ball. 2-ball. That's what it's called. Remember they'd get the old retired guy.
Oh, that's what it's called?
WNBA.
It's called 2-ball?
Yeah, it was called 2-ball, I think.
That's dumb.
That was a good little shooting game
so
too, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, but who?
I don't think they do that.
We partner HB with what, like Tisha Penichero?
Yeah, Tisha or Yo or Kara or
well, Kara's busy.
Man, laying the smackdown. Jesus. Yo.
Mike Mike Brown about to call Carol Lawson and have her give a defensive pep
Why
talk.
they do them girls like that?
They gave up single-digit points in all 4 quarters.
Oh, why they do them girls like that?
It was 27 points.
DC didn't bother nobody.
They gave up 27 points to that team. They spent the night before at that Celtics
Yeah, I saw
Celtics
that.
76ers game.
She was. I saw when she was saying what's up to Deuce. Everybody
Mhm.
loves Deuce. Deuce been around since he was born.
Yeah. Light-skinned Deuce.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think Malik Monk will be there, but other than that, NHB.
Well, they got a spot to fill because your guy.
Yeah, you got to focus on the playoffs. He can't do 4 dunks. You got to focus on.
That's wild. Like, it's cool. It really is okay to go. I just don't want to do it. I changed my mind. Like, I was impulsive. I thought it would be fun. I don't want to do it. Y'all don't need me there. I need the time off. You could have said it. Focus on the playoffs. Just shade and stop it.
You could have thrown an injury out there. You'd be like, my knee's been bothering me. I can play through it, but I don't want to add anything necessarily to it.
He literally picked the stupidest excuse. Focus on the playoffs. Yeah. Meanwhile, like Dame Lillard's there all week doing, NBA cares and, all the charity stuff. That's a long, that really is sneaky a long weekend for them dudes. Not necessarily, not stalling out Shade and Sharp here, but really speaking to De'Aaron and Domas, like they've got work ahead of them. Like they're thankfully their first part of their season ends a little bit earlier than some other guys do. Like that Thursday night game is the worst game to have if you're an all-star, because you got to get on a plane, you got to fly to the all-star location, and you absolutely have responsibilities on Friday. Like they've got, open practices to entertain fans. They've got NBA care stuff that every single all-star is a part of. They've got days full of events. Like they'll be at the 3-point shootout and all-star Saturday night to rep for Kevin Huerter. And then, of course, they got the game all day on Sunday. So they've got that all-star weekend is really busy for those guys.
The games are Milwaukee at Chicago.
These are the Thursday nights?
Thursday night games. Milwaukee, Chicago.
Says Giannis and Drew.
Washington and Minnesota.
DeMar.
Man, he's going to get on a plane afterwards. And Clippers at Suns.
Paul George.
That's
Paul
it.
George only.
Yeah.
Oh.
Only PG.
Well, yeah, because I guess Kevin Durant probably won't be there, and then
right.
I'm sure he'll be at All-Star. Well, who knows?
I mean, he might be there, but he hasn't been doing anything anyway. That's not going to be tiring for him.
No, for sure. But I'm comfortable saying Phoenix would probably just prefer he be in Phoenix and he stay there. I don't think that's going to happen because it's Kevin Durant, and I'm sure they're going to want him there.
Go to Utah, Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
go to Utah.
Go take part in everything. Yeah. Help build the house, clean up the streets, do the stuff that you do.
Why they always show that picture of Kevin Durant when he was at Chase Center? When he was at the construction at Chase Center, you seen that picture
where he got the shirt that barely go to his waist?
He just looks crazy. He got some long socks on with some big construction boots.
I remember this picture.
Just what picture I'm talking about? They always got this picture. I'll find it. A KD, man. I don't know why they always bring it up, man. It's hilarious.
I need to see it. KD at Chase Center.
He always just standing there looking funny.
Well, I see him. I mean, I see some of these pictures. He just in Nike. He is when he's wearing the green vest.
The green vest and the boots and the.
Well, I can't. That's the thing. I can't get a shot of the boots.
I can't. Somebody. It was just on my timeline a lot.
I just see that
last week. I'll find it. I'll get it to you.
Ain't even that bad.
But yeah, KD.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think I've. Well, I see the long. It looks like he just came from practice. That's what it looks like. It looks like they strapped a helmet and a worker's vest on him straight from practice. Like, hey, go do a photo op at the new site.
That's exactly what it looks like. Why they got that?
We'll send KD to Utah to help build a house or whatever they're doing.
That's what
for
made me think of it. He gonna be out there looking like that. KD a funny dude, man. He don't care.
Suns lost last night.
They did lose. So did the Lakers. And look, man, hey, these teams might be really good with all the acquisitions they got. That's a loss, and that's one game closer to the end of the season. Simple as that. Countdown has begun. They got probably like, well, hell, everybody didn't play more games than the Kings. They probably got like 24 games left.
Oh, no. Was that the shirt? Oh, this is a terrible idea. Who okayed this shirt? This isn't real. There's no way this shirt is real. Absolutely not. I'm gonna put this shirt on the live stream. There's no way this shirt is real.
Look, let's just go ahead, take the break, put it on the live stream so they can check it out.
That's a good way of reminding me we've got to go to commercial break. There's no way that this is the All-Star shirt.
They got to do better.
There's no way. We'll come back. We'll show you what this shirt says. We'll talk about those games last night and the game tonight when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. This is ridiculous. There's no way. Just absolutely no way.
Oh man,
this is not the shirt.
What's worse, this shirt or the Charlotte jerseys?
Oh, I think the
is a tie. This isn't real. This cannot be real. There is no way multiple people looked at that and went, "That's it. That's it right there." Y'all fall for anything. This isn't real. There's no damn way this is real. Absolutely not. I mean, just to be fair, for those who have never been to
go to KD picture again.
For those that have never been to an All-Star game, it's not the worst representation. This is terrible. This is not real. I refuse to believe it.
How many All-Star weekends you been to?
Orlando, Phoenix, Dallas,
bad one.
New Orleans.
Oh my Lord.
4 off the top of my head.
Ooh, you didn't go to any of the LA ones?
I didn't go to any of the LA ones. I can't remember why. Didn't go to the LA ones. Didn't go to Vegas. Didn't go to Toronto.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it's hard to be that way because it was so cold. You didn't go to New York?
Didn't go to New York. No, didn't go to New York.
Chicago.
I went to like I went to like 4 in a row, and then when her schedule changed a little bit during that time, it got really like impossible to go. So we kind of just stopped going. What's up, Will?
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Good. Glad it's Friday. One of those days.
Love Fridays.
I'm debating if you had to choose one, Summer League or All-Star Weekend.
All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, it depends on the location.
You've got to
do this year,
All-Star
Summer League.
Weekend. Yeah, for sure. I'd rather go to Vegas for a few days than
they go to New Orleans again or Houston. That's All-Star. All-Star Weekend's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's got to be here eventually, right?
Well, no. Did you see? What's my man's name? He's like a big real estate guy.
How the hell does Jimmy Haslam keep having the ability to buy sports franchises? Like Adam needs to. No, sir, you cannot buy the Bucks. Just take your money. And
Sit down somewhere. There's a guy, what's his name? Bay something. He's a big real estate guy. I think he owns Darling Avery. He's putting a brunch spot next to the Darling Avery rooftop joint. But he is, I think, overseeing or brokered the deal to bring a Marriott here, like an AC Marriott. And his caption when he did it was like, "We're going to remember this moment when my kids get the All-Star game here in Sacramento, and Giannis and all these guys come here for the All-Star game." Because obviously hotels is, I think, really don't hold up. So there's people trying to do what you got to do to bring it here.
Well, rent out some of your houses.
What houses?
Well, the wings of your houses, like different people could stay there.
Giannis can come stay here. That's fine.
Nobody can stay at my house. No Airbnb here.
Serge Ibaka could come stay at your house.
No, he cannot. No, he cannot.
All right. Just trying to help out. Kenny won't take one for the community. You heard it here first.
Oh, that's amazing.
Jazz would take one for the community.
Jazz needs to send her ass over there.
Hey, this is an all-star team. Hey, we get an all-star game in Sacramento.
One of these days, they get an all-star game here.
I guess I'll save this for the air. Thing for Will, but I'll wait till we're on.
Change your name to Blocka.
Jazzy Ibaka.
No, not Jazzy Ibaka.
Oh man. All right, we're coming back, Will. Hang on. All right, happy to get settled back in to the show. We shared the alleged All-Star Game shirt. I do not believe that is the All-Star Game shirt. It's obviously in Salt Lake City, Utah.
City. They forgot the city.
That's why it's not real. Like, y'all fall for anything. There's no way that passed NBA inspection.
I certainly hope not.
Because it says SL, I guess Salt Lake, apostrophe, and then the abbreviation for Utah.
The spacing, though.
And it's all clumped.
Yeah.
That's not real.
The
Y'all fall
spacing,
for
man.
anything,
The spacing,
man.
I don't know.
Y'all fall
The
for
spacing
anything.
ain't there. Luckily, I was on the right side of history when I said Kevin Huerter's shots were real.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Kevin Huerter's shots were real.
They were, man.
Okay, that's great. Shout out to De'Aaron Fox for breaking the news that Kevin Huerter's on his way to the three-point contest. But I bet De'Aaron Fox can't run numbers the way our man Will Z does. Will Z wrote about the Kings and the Mavericks for ESPN 1320.com. And it had to be fun to write about a team that the Kings haven't played yet.
It is. And it was kind of weird too, because usually I look at kind of team stats first, and it's like, how do you write about a team that just had a major overhaul? But it was kind of fun to look at and see how Kyrie fits into the Dallas system, which, surprise, is very well.
One of the guys that you talked about for on the Kings side is Malik Monk. The way he's been playing the last 7 games, 15.5 points per game, 3.6 assists. He's shooting 54% from the field, 45% from beyond the arc, and he always makes his free throws. He seems to be, remember, we talked about a number of different times, he goes through lows. That's why his averages are his averages. He goes through lows where, it doesn't seem like he can find the bucket. Though he seems to be on one of those highs right now where he's cooking. He's absolutely cooking.
Oh, so much. And you can feel it almost like through the TV, his energy, like it's just so infectious. It's fun to watch, and it's good because it's not great that him and Huerter seem to kind of take turns, but it almost makes it okay when one of them goes cold. So with Huerter being in his slump, Huerter shooting over the 7-game road trip, 21% from 3, but Monk being on such a heater kind of offsets that and allows the team to continue to succeed even when their top 3-point shooter in Huerter is shooting 20%.
And you bring up threes, Will. I imagine we're going to see quite a bit of those tonight because it looks like that's a favorite of this Dallas Mavericks team.
Yeah, they take 40.4 per game, which is 3rd most in the league. And when I was saying how Kyrie fits perfectly into the Dallas system, Kyrie takes 8.7 per game, which is 7th most in the NBA. So it's almost like a match made in heaven where he can just go out there and take as many threes as he wants. It'll be interesting to see if with Luka out, it's just so different to see Luka in versus Luka out and how Kyrie will differ based on that ability. Will Kyrie, when Luka's in, be more of a catch and shoot guy, or will he still be kind of the pull up guy? His averages are about the same on both, so it's just such a lethal offense from beyond the arc potentially.
Yeah, one of the great players in the league, and Kyrie Irving added to that Dallas Mavericks team. They did lose 2 guys though that were good 3-point shooters, right? Dinwiddie, figure Kyrie makes up for that, but Finney Smith, the way he shot the corner three, that may be something that they may be missing when they talk about the three-point attack just a little bit.
Yeah, and let me look up. I do some stats on the fly for Dallas shooting the corner three. If I'm remembering right, they take a bunch. Yeah, they lead the league in corner 3-point attempts. So 11.3. And Kyrie, he's not a corner 3-point shooter typically. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but usually players with the ball are more above the break 3-point shooters. So it's a big gap that they'll have to fill in that shot that they love to take so much.
Yeah.
How different if and that appears to be a big if, because like 2 hours ago we heard Luka was playing, and then an hour ago we heard he wasn't. If Luka plays tomorrow, how different do you think the two games are? Or are they not different at all?
I don't know. That's a tough question. I could see, I mean, Kyrie, I don't know. It's hard to say. I could make arguments for either way. It's more one of those things where I'm just kind of waiting to see. I know that's not a very good answer, but it'll just be interesting for two high
We're all
usage
waiting to
rates.
see.
I know, the whole NBA world.
One of the things I would think is there might be, or there would have to be, other guys getting involved on the offensive end without Luka being there. With Luka and Kyrie, the game probably offensively is going to be more dominated with Luka and Kyrie taking, I don't know, maybe 40 to 50 of the shots that Dallas gets in any particular game. So I think this one, it might be a little bit more of a balanced attack for the Dallas Mavericks. And when Luka and Kyrie are there, I expect them both to score. And to do that, they're going to have to put up a lot of shot attempts. So you can maybe hone in a little bit on those two.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because it wouldn't be surprising if they average 60 between them for the rest of the season. But I think everyone's wondering, will the role players be able to pull in enough points where that's enough? Or will Kyrie and Luka have to do even more? I mean, 60 points between two people would be just phenomenal.
And that's,
I don't think that's out of the question.
That's what I thought about previewing this game with the Kings and thinking about their matchup with the Kings. I don't think they're a very good matchup for the Kings. Number one, they don't defend, so the Kings should be able to get whatever shots they want to get. Like you mentioned in your piece, they're not a great rebounding team, so Sabonis should dominate the boards. And to your point, like you said, all right, let's Luka and Kyrie go off for 60. With the Kings, you're going to have to find another 60 because it ain't about just getting to 100. You're going to have to get to 115, 120, especially since you're not a good defensive team yourself. Do you have enough of the others that can get another 60 points? And that's with Luka and Kyrie going off. What if one of them gets like 22?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like you were saying with the rebounds, they don't have the offensive rebounding. Like the Rockets, not a good shooting team. So if they have an off night, they could still put themselves in good position. But if you can't grab offensive rebounds and you go cold, then it's pretty much over.
One thing that really stood out the other night, Will, was Kyrie was obviously very good for Dallas in his debut. It was a really balanced scoring effort. It felt like everyone was in a groove. They had all 5 starters in double digits, and they were playing the Clippers, and they were playing the Clippers pace of a game. Like the Clippers are a defensive oriented team. They don't want to run up and down the floor. They want to play that game slow, and Dallas was able to outlast them. And I think a lot of those guys watching that game back were able to get into a groove, get into a rhythm, kind of feel good about what they were doing while having Kyrie out there. I got to wonder how much that changes, because it's like Kyrie, Luka, Kyrie, Luka, Kyrie, Luka. Well, how is Bullock going to get into a rhythm? How is Tim Hardaway going to get into a rhythm? What I'm worried about tonight is ball movement, and everybody getting comfortable the way they did a couple of nights ago and feeling good about where they're at. Now, tomorrow might be a different game with Luka Doncic in, might be, but if they move the ball like they did a couple of nights ago in Kyrie's debut, Sacramento's going to have to step up defensively and get some stops on guys like Bullock and Hardaway and Josh Green and those guys.
Yeah, and they rely so much on the catch and shoot threes, where the Kings are just going to have to be locked in on their defensive rotations, which we've seen sometimes they do very well, sometimes they falter a little. But I think we've seen it with a number kind of throughout the year. They do a really good job of limiting those wide open threes. And with a team like Dallas and that ball movement, I mean, Kyrie, he still averages this year 5.3 assists. He's not just a bucket. He can still dish it out. So even without Luka, the ball will probably be moving, like you were saying, Damian. And will the Kings be able to keep up with it? Maybe get some of those deflections that Mike Brown's been talking about and just get in the passing lanes a little bit more, knowing that ball's going to be moving.
And nothing's impossible. Obviously, I'm not saying
anything
that.
is possible.
Anything is possible. I'm not saying anything like that. To beat this Kings team, I've been consistent, Damian. Will, I've been consistent. Beat this Kings team. The strategy is to outscore them. If you think, all right, we ain't gonna play no defense and we got the offense to compete with them, you're gonna lose. They're gonna beat you because they score in so many different ways. They can score in the paint. Now they're making their free throws. Obviously, they're hitting 3-pointers now. They get out in transition. The answer to them to beating the Kings is not outscoring them. Well,
and that's where both teams have that similar. When you look at the offensive and defensive ratings, they both have the same kind of structure. They're both high on offense, low on defense, but the Kings are the second-ranked offense, where Dallas is the 8th. So there's that gap where the Kings over the whole season have been, 6 spots is a lot for rankings. So it's, like you say, Kenny, it's very hard to outscore the Kings straight up.
Great stuff as always, Will. It's going to be a fun couple of days. Important games ahead.
Looking forward to it. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Will. Will Z, make sure you're following him on Twitter. You see him on the broadcast. You see him everywhere, man.
He's everywhere, man.
That's
Will
blowing
up, man.
Kings need to just go on and hire that man. You listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can watch the show on YouTube.com/ESPN 1320 if you're there. We ask that you hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate all of the support on those streaming channels all week long. Want to mention tonight at the game, Section 105. Look out for Cream. It's a soft serve, it's almost like a soft serve ATM. You just go up there, put your payment in, and it's they've got Beam ice cream debuting tonight.
Okay.
And this is Kendra Montgomery Black and the Sacramento Kings and their DEI squad continuing to highlight Black businesses in our community. And this is at Section 105. Come to think about it, that's right by us.
Right by us.
That's Section 105.
I'm tapping in.
Hey, wait. Wait a minute. Section 105. That is right by us.
Absolutely. I'm tapping in. You better believe that.
Be on the lookout. I know people like to get their food there. They like to get their treats and their sweets and their ice cream. Check out that cream dispensary, Section 105 tonight, man.
I can't wait.
The ice cream's black. They got purple. It's dope. It's not some random vanilla stuff that you put toppings on. No, they went the extra mile with this one. It's pretty hot. So take a look at that. We mentioned this a few moments ago. We didn't get the opportunity to elaborate, but the Lakers and the Suns both lost last night. And you kind of touched on this, and I think it's something people are willingly forgetting. Or maybe just forgetting in a panic. The season's going to run out. There are games there's only 27 games left, 26 games left. And every time these teams lose, it changes what the outlook of the season looks like for the Sacramento Kings. I think it was Kevin Fippen last night who put out the records of what teams would have to do to catch up with Sacramento. Everyone was talking about the Lakers. Oh my God, the Lakers got better. They're young. They're dangerous. How could they they're going to get into the playoffs now? It's you have to go 21-6. 21-6 to get to the playoffs.
Didn't they already lose a game?
Yes, 21-6 counting last night.
Counting last night.
Counting last night.
All right, man. That's I'm not saying nothing's impossible.
And
these guys can, turn it up. There's some good teams. They may have improvement.
There's
not a lot of time left.
I want to point out too, there's no like outlandish someone has to go 27-0 in those teams. But I think every team on that list I know every team that's on that list behind Sacramento is going to have to play above their winning percentage.
Mm-hmm.
If Sacramento played 500.
Right.
If Sacramento,
that's assuming that the Kings don't play well.
Exactly. If the Kings go 500, which is below their win percentage, the other teams would have to play well over their current win percentage to get into the top 6.
Right. And on top of that, and once again, I don't want to make it as if it's impossible.
you need 3 teams to do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say. You need like 3. Well, I mean, mathematically, you need 3 teams, but when they laid out the records, it's like 3-4 teams that all have to go like 18-9, and the Kings play 500 to pass them up. That's asking a lot, man. And once again, we're talking about the Kings playing 500, something they haven't done for a lot of the year, and they've been trending upward
for a long period.
Yeah, they've been trending upward for
you
I don't
said
know
it.
how long.
Get to 5 games over 500 and don't look back.
They ain't going back.
And they haven't looked back.
Not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, they have not looked back at all. John Hollinger wrote about the Sacramento Kings.
You're always trying to creep back in, man.
Well,
he's done it a couple times. So I'm like, all right, Hollinger, all right.
Yeah.
All right, man. You working your way back into the good graces. We ain't fully there, but you working.
I wouldn't go as far as good graces.
Trying.
I think John Hollinger started doing the math, and he was like, okay, the time for them to like blow it is running out. Like they might actually be good. He wrote about teams that made moves, and he put them in different tiers, and he put Cleveland and Sacramento in. Sometimes it's the deals you don't make. And here's what John Hollinger
Cleveland didn't do anything either, right?
Yeah, that's what it's. Sometimes it's the deals you don't make. That's why they're in this tier. And he notes with Cleveland, the Cavs already made they did their deal already. This is the Donovan Mitchell deal. For Sacramento, Hollinger wrote, I actually admire the Kings' restraint given the giddy state of affairs in a town that is not used to being 31-23 at the trade deadline. They got paid to take Kessler Edwards and called it a day. The Kings badly need a wing defender, yes, but I also don't think they're in a position where dumping a horde of picks on a Bridges and an Obi type makes sense. The Kings also have some really interesting offseason scenarios between Harrison Barnes' free agency and a potential Domas Sabonis extension, and the possibility of cap space if they don't retain Harrison Barnes. Now, I know John knows this. I'm pretty sure everybody else knows this, but we'll repeat it. The Sacramento Kings will absolutely offer Domantas Sabonis an extension. Domantas Sabonis absolutely will not sign that extension. It makes zero financial sense for him to do it. As painful as it's going to be for this fan base, Domantas Sabonis is going to be a free agent. And obviously the hope is he re-signs here with Sacramento.
Right.
Now, and that's not even this offseason.
Right.
That's the following offseason. But interesting to hear a regular Sacramento detractor say, hey, I get it. This actually makes sense. There are things that they need for sure, but the ways to go about them for this team, that might not be the way. Phoenix is in a championship window. Go for it right now. You can have our picks for the next 4 years because we need to win a championship. Time is running out.
Right.
And they'll go through their, whether it's Oklahoma City or Houston or San Antonio, they'll go through that phase later. The Kings, they haven't hit the top of the hill to start moving down yet.
Right.
And when you trade 4 first-round draft picks, you better have a championship window open. And I love Mikal Bridges and I love OG Anunoby. I don't know that opens a championship window for this team.
Yeah, and it's, I understand when we were talking to James and, he's talking about timeline and all this other stuff and not ahead of schedule. I understand not getting, wrapped up in that because if you got an opportunity to win, you don't worry about, we're ahead of schedule. No, win.
Yeah.
Win.
Yep.
But Also,
I
when
hate
you-
schedules, by the way. Absolutely hate them. I hate that line. Matt said it yesterday. I was like, where is this schedule? or maybe James said it. Someone said it. Where the hell is
Well,
the
James
schedule?
is against the schedule.
James is against the schedule. So Matt mentioned the schedule.
Yeah.
I hate the schedule. Like, where is this schedule? Who writes it? Who comes up with the schedule? Who determines this?
I have no idea. It's
And
the
what schedule is Phoenix on?
It's the schedule makers, or it's the script makers.
Oh, the script makers. That was the
scripts are crazy right now.
That was the key phrase being used around the NBA yesterday. It was the script.
But you also, when you talk about building a team, you also like Hollinger pointed out, you got to have a certain level of restraint. It's easy to be like, man, we're like to have the thought of we're in a spot that we haven't been in a long time. Let's just go for it. Like, well, yes, it's a delicate balance. Like you want to achieve that, but you got to be cognizant of your future, so to speak. And I think they did a really good job of that at the trade deadline. I think. I mean, are there second round picks that they could have packaged together and moved on? Yeah, I'm sure they could have. You know, who knows what happened there? If their offer wasn't good enough, or if it was the same as another team and the team just went with a different deal. Who knows? But yeah, I'm with Hollinger on this one. Like there was a level of restraint there that I think was the right move.
Shams tweeted the Orlando Magic and guard Patrick Beverley are working through a contract buyout that clears the way for Beverley to choose among interested suitors.
No, good.
Would you do it?
No. Pat Beverly's no good.
Yeah, he would create. You talk about a vibe killer. He'd kill the whole vibe. Y'all got the nerve to call Russell Westbrook a vampire, but you had this dude in your locker room.
Come on, man.
Give me a break.
This dude, Pat Bev, not only is a vibe killer, he's a game killer.
Oh, he's
put him in there, and it's barbecue chicken. It's
man.
Brick City when he shoots. He ain't no good no more.
Some people like barbecue chicken.
Yeah, the other team.
That fan base loved them some barbecue chicken. You know, one thing we didn't talk about, because I guess it doesn't really have anything to do with us. We were covering, as it pertains to the Kings, but we go to San Francisco a little bit. What do you think about James Wiseman? Like, what do you think ultimately happens with him?
Man, I'm still a guy that's a believer in his game and his potential.
But wasn't that a tough spot for him to land, though?
It didn't seem like it was, but I guess it was. Like, seemed like as a big man, you playing with Steph and all these other guys.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
you
Phoenix.
Detroit?
Detroit. I didn't mean Golden State. I meant Detroit.
Oh yeah, Detroit.
Like, what's he gonna do?
Detroit is doing a bit of what Houston is doing, where it's like they just got a bunch of young guys.
Well, how are they ever going to develop? It's exactly what we were talking about with Houston.
I know. They're just getting a bunch of young guys and collecting, I hate to use the word, but collecting assets and seeing what happens. Like their drafts and their decision making really have no rhyme or reason. You go out, you get Ivy to pair up with Cade Cunningham, to then get Duren, but then get Marvin Bagley, and then get Wiseman.
Yeah.
And then hope that you win the draft and you get Wembanyama. Now, all of that will go out the window. You get Wembanyama, but now you got these guys like Wiseman and Duren and Bagley. Like, what are you supposed to do with them? Like, where are they going?
I don't know.
Really wouldn't matter because you have Wembanyama, but I'm just saying.
But that's also the thing. Like, Wiseman's not going to get better there. Even if he still has potential, even if he still has like you said you're still a believer in his game, he's not going to get better there.
No, I don't think so. They say they plan to start him in the starting lineup. So
okay,
well,
I mean, look, I get. I mean, I don't mean to insinuate the reps won't be good for him. I just, we literally just had this discussion with guys like Jabari Smith and Jalen Green. How when I just don't know how you get better in those types of situations.
And I don't think. Well, I guess we think differently with Dwayne Casey, but much like Houston, I don't know if they have the right guy to prepare them for another step, for the next step that they're trying to get to.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. let's come back. I have questions about Gary Payton too. Like Gary, I guess we can save those for Trysta. She joins us at the top of the hour. Like, why did that end so quickly in Portland? Like, he barely got to play.
Did you see the shots he fired?
The figurative or literal?
Figurative.
No, I didn't see any quotes from him at all.
Yeah,
he took shots at Portland?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to hear about that. We'll talk about that when we return here. Also, of course, we'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Some San Francisco 49ers win some awards. Patrick Mahomes wins another MVP. We got all that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It sounded like a quote from.
I missed it.
It sounded like it came from Gary.
Hammer.
Hammer.
Oh, I got you Taco Bell either way.
I ain't mad at that. I'm good, but I'm not mad at it.
I know you would say no every time.
I would say no every time. Yeah.
But there's tacos and beef burritos.
You remember
Very
the urban legend that Allen Iverson would hide out from practice in the bathroom eating Taco Bell?
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's excellent. That's
I
excellent.
would be the guy hiding out after practice.
Kenny says, no, I don't want anything. James, I got you something. All right.
Here,
I
hey.
ain't gonna let it go to
Who the
waste.
hell am I? There's a Taco Bell right next to my house. I don't ever like going there.
But if James is gonna bring Taco Bell to you,
I don't not like Taco Bell. It's never like, hey, what do you want to eat? It's never like Taco Bell.
put his big ass dome right in the camera. Practice. Yeah, I guess I got to look up this GP article. I did not see it.
I'll tag you. I tweeted it out.
You tweeted it out?
Yeah, I tweeted out just the tweet and his response. The tweet and his response and everything.
I need to know the context of this Trysta Krick gif. She is a gif maker, man.
Trysta seems like she's having a good time.
She sure does.
Arizona. No, not Damian Woody. I don't want to tag him.
Oh, let's see. I ain't gonna be able to read all of this. We didn't even talk about Cam Reddish getting traded.
I know. I don't know what happened in New York. I don't know why he was so far off the rotation.
It had to be Thibs.
Like he just couldn't play. Like I don't understand that.
Payton indicated he didn't want to be in Portland and it was a stay. Huh. I don't see that quote in the article, though. I don't want to bore everybody trying to read through this whole thing, trying to speed read this joint.
Oh, look, a commercial for Redfin.
See, I'll say this. Chauncey Billups ain't gonna call me a baby, though.
Is that what happened?
Well, I heard he calls like the groups the starters and the babies, like the young kids or
wait
the
a minute.
like fucking Roethlisberger did something like that.
What?
He called his team like a bunch of kids or children or something like that. Like, man, I'll bust your ass.
Why
Whoever
would Chauncey
called me
do that?
I don't know, man. That's I don't know. That's how some people talk. I don't like when media does this too. I don't like when you refer to young player like Kessler Edwards. I was trying to be careful to call that's a young man.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a baby. I don't like when we refer. Let these kids play. He's a fucking grown ass man.
Mm.
These are not kids. These are grown ass men with a ton of responsibility. They're young.
Mm.
Coach ain't gonna call me a baby.
Baby is too far. Kids, I understand, especially in certain
The
contexts.
starters and the babies.
Now that's wild.
I don't think that quote's in this article though.
That's
but I also can't read it fast enough. So Dame the team killer?
Dame?
Yeah.
Lillard?
I'm asking. I'm a broadcast journalist.
Absolutely.
Saul Chauncey.
Absolutely not. We can't. I'm not going to do that today.
What was this? I wouldn't believe it for a second either. Blazers get a gut punch on trade deadline, but greater concern is what lies ahead is the name of the article from Jason Quick. I wish I could. I don't know where that quote came from though. That you.
Hey, real quick, mute the kid real quick.
My hand to God will never insult your intelligence. I'll tell you that. We will never insult your intelligence. Gary Payton is officially back. That's a good a sneaky little good story for GP in the Warriors, him landing back there. I don't know what went wrong. Kenny had mentioned a tweet that was out there. He tagged me in it. I don't know the context of this tweet. I couldn't find that quote in the article. So I don't want to repeat it on the air. That feels a little irresponsible just because I couldn't find it in the article. It doesn't mean it's not there. It's a long article that I was trying to speed read through without boring our wonderful streaming audience to death as I was trying to find the official quote. It's just so weird that felt like a big acquisition for them this offseason. Though I guess we can ask Trysta Krick about it when she joins us from the Super Bowl. She joins us from I don't know if she's in Phoenix or Glendale or where she's at. But
somebody, I forgot who it was. Somebody was tweeting out there like a lot of 49er fans out here. Guess those tickets were unrefundable.
Oh, that's cold.
Damn, they probably were.
That's cold.
They probably were.
There's probably a lot of 49ers. Those are probably locals, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Those are probably just a lot of 49er fans in Arizona, period.
Regardless, man. Like, it's just what we do nowadays. I don't know how we got here. I don't know what happened, but they're America's team.
It's a good point by Barrett. You know Trista's in Scottsdale. That's a good point. That's a good point. She's in the fancy neighborhoods right there for sure. Kings Mavericks tonight. Let's touch on a couple of football notes while we mentioned the Super Bowl.
Okay.
NFL honors last night. Nick Bosa.
Did you watch?
No. Why would I do that?
I still don't understand why you hate it on Thursday. Like, you've explained it, but
no, I don't hate it on Thursday.
Thursday of the Super Bowl.
No. Is that what you thought I said?
That's what you said.
No, Saturday. They used to give it out on Saturday.
Oh,
they used to give the MVP trophy out on Saturday.
I thought the whole thing is because I was like, no, it's on Thursday this year, and you were like, it's still stupid because it's on the Super Bowl week, or they should do it right after the season.
No, I think the dumbest thing they ever did. That's the smartest thing they've ever done.
Moved it to
Thursday. When they gave it out on Saturday, like, you forgot who won the next day because you weren't thinking about it. If you ever knew, I don't care. I mean, the award. It's fine for them to do an award show.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna watch it. I didn't like the NBA one either. Particularly because they did the NBA one in like August.
Yeah.
And I'm only slightly exaggerating. I think it was late July.
Yeah, it was late.
Because if I'm an NBA player, I was like, I'm not showing up to this. Unless you guarantee I'm taking home the MVP trophy, I'm not showing up to this.
They should do it, to be honest with you, because we're still talking NFL. But if the NBA is going to do it, they should do it in Vegas during Summer League week, first week of Summer League.
Yeah, don't do any of that. What you're doing is just fine.
I'd watch.
I'm glad that, and I think we mentioned this earlier in the week because we were asked when the All-Stars would be announced. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox announced an All-Star today, and I think one of the things we said is, I hope they do it Friday so De'Aaron can get that recognition at home. So kudos to Adam Silver in the league.
Big ups.
And I'm sure they did it strictly for De'Aaron Fox and the Golden One Center. And there's no other logistical reason they made the announcement today.
As they should. They don't do anything else for us.
I absolutely agree. Did you see the last 2-minute report?
Yes.
They did acknowledge they got the Eric Gordon play wrong.
And didn't they say Sabonis got fouled?
Yeah, they said Sabonis got fouled with 10 seconds left on that.
That was a
scrum
crazy sequence.
That was a wild sequence. You know what the craziest part of that sequence was? When it ended, how I was like, wait a minute, how much time was left when all this started? Like, for some reason, I thought the Kings had nothing but time. And then missed shot, dead ball. What was it, 3 seconds, 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. How did that happen?
Oh, man. They're going to lose now because
right.
they missed like 3 at the point blank.
And now they got to do a jump ball.
Jeez. Yeah, that was a crazy sequence.
I can't believe they won that game.
That was crazy. That was crazy. If it wasn't for the trade deadline,
I wish we had
we'd
one
all
day
over that.
between that game and the trade deadline to just really like put our feet up and appreciate. I don't give a damn how bad they played, how many points they gave up.
Care.
The fact that they won, again, there were 2.6 seconds left, and they didn't have the ball.
Right.
And they were down, and they won.
Malik Monk stole the inbound pass. He stole the inbound pass.
Which feels like it's virtually impossible to do.
That's what I'm saying.
Unless you're Trevor Ariza in the playoffs 15 years ago.
Which game was that again?
Lakers Phoenix ? Lakers Suns, right?
He stole the inbound
Lakers
pass.
Nuggets?
When did he steal the
He
inbound pass?
he stole
I
an
was
inbounds
thinking of
pass.
something
I think he
else.
did it twice. This was 09,
08.
I was gonna say 07, but it might have been 08 or 09. Yeah, isn't that all Trevor Ariza is known for? Is those two? Because he did it twice in the same series.
I do not recall.
I thought it was Phoenix.
Now I'm
It
gonna
might
have
not
to
have been.
look.
I think it's the Nuggets because I looked up Trevor
It was the
Ariza
Nuggets.
steal and the Nuggets, the first one that
The
came
Nuggets, because I remember in the Nuggets series, that's when, as I tried to spit game to Kings fans years later, that's when they had some inbound passes at the end of the game, and Lamar Odom was guarding the inbounder, and that was a staple of Phil Jackson.
Put a
And
big
that
dude
wa-
on the inbound play.
Yeah, put somebody really big on the inbounder. That led us all the way to like 20, I don't know, 18, maybe 19. Remember the game in Miami when Luke put Marvin Bagley on the inbounder? Marvin got out of the passing lane.
Of course he
Miami passed it
course he
in
did.
and scored. And everybody, why did Luke have him guard the inbounds pass? He should have been in there to block and protect the rim. I was like, that's what Phil Jackson did. If you go back to his time with Lamar Odom.
So you just took a shot at Marvin Bagley for not being in the right spot.
I don't care. Marvin and Buddy, they didn't talk too slick at this point for me to defend them. I was a defender of those guys getting shots taken at them here in Sacramento, but they be talking too slick. Can't defend them no more. Take as many shots as you want.
Nick Bosa, Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Give the 49ers their acknowledgement. D'Amico Ryans wins Assistant Coach of the Year.
Big ups.
Shanahan finished second for Coach of the Year.
Wasn't it
behind-
about like 3 votes or something like that? I thought I saw it was pretty close.
Yeah. I think Nick Wagner tweeted that out.
Dayball with Coach of the Year. Look, all respect. He didn't deserve Coach of the Year. No. That's a terrible decision by whoever votes for these things, by the Grammy committee. That's a terrible decision.
The Academy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand the award.
I don't either.
If coach of the, like, if you were to ask voters to define Coach of the Year this year, you'd have to define it as either the coach that did the most with the least, or the coach whose team was absolute ass the year prior and was pretty good this year. Because otherwise, I point this out, and I'm sorry to be a broken record. Andy Reid won Coach of the Year one time 20 years ago. One time 20 years ago. Kyle Shanahan lost 2 starting quarterbacks. Kyle Shanahan went through a large chunk of the season with the last pick in the draft under center. And well, look at all the talent that he had. Okay. When he lost that quarterback, how well did that talent do? Like it's like they almost purposely didn't acknowledge what Kyle did this year, which I think is ridiculous.
That's crazy. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan should have won, but even if it's not Kyle Shanahan, the fact that Nick Sirianni wasn't even a finalist, that's crazy. And like you mentioned, Andy Reid, the Giants won 9 games. It's not like they went 14-3 on the season. Like they won 9 games. They had a fine season. I guess I'm the only one in the damn country who wasn't surprised by them being in playoff contention. And it was this big thing. I said at the beginning of the year, look for them or the Lions to possibly sneak into the playoffs. Schedule's weak. They're not completely terrible. They didn't get in. But everybody, look what he did. All right, fine. They won 9 games. I think I saw something where, and it doesn't matter. It's
one coach of the year winning 9 games.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
And I saw something.
That's ridiculous.
I saw something. I forgot exactly what it was, but I think it was from like November 1st. They were like 2-8 or something like that. Like they won a bunch of games early, and they didn't do much of anything late. They did just enough to get by.
So, like, I'm looking at some of the comments, like our man Jay Scott. Giants were supposed to be pretty bad this year. Like, cool. According to who?
Not according to me. That's what I keep saying.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, let's take a look at this. Philadelphia. Oh, man, it's a good roster. Nick Sirianni, sorry, buddy, you can't win Coach of the Year. Hey, let's take a look at Kansas City. You got Patrick Mahomes. Sorry, Andy, you can't win Coach of the Year. You got Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Debo. Sorry, Kyle. I didn't even look. This is me. I'm assuming the answer is no. In fact, I don't even. Is this even an award? Did John Lynch win?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything about him winning.
I assume he didn't, but now that I think about it, I don't feel like I heard anyone win Executive of the Year. And how could it not be Kyle Shanahan for that acquisition at the trade deadline?
Big time. Yeah, that was crazy. Dayball winning. I mean, good for him. I don't have a problem with Dayball personally or as a coach. He's perfectly fine, but I just didn't think he should have won the award.
It's not Brian Dayball. It's what the hell is this award? That's what it is. It's not Brian Dayball.
Right.
Good for him.
Did you see the Jets got the offensive and defensive rookies of the year?
Mm-hmm.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for Bob Saleh.
Good for Bob. Good for Bob indeed. And then Patrick Mahomes wins his second.
What did you think about that? I thought it should have gone to Jalen Hurts.
No, I figured it was coming down to. I didn't look at the voting numbers.
He was second, obviously. Jalen was second.
I figured it was between Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, and I don't think it's out.
Yeah,
outrageous.
it's not outrageous that Pat got it. I just thought Jalen
was really good. Yeah. And it part of it is, and I don't know. Part of it is I think maybe like Jalen does this season, next year, he's probably not in the MVP conversation. I think there was oh man, okay, we were wrong about Jalen, and okay, he's a good ball player. He was phenomenal. Patrick Mahomes was equally as great.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that award. I wouldn't have had an issue if it went to Jalen Hurts. The only reason I started to lean towards Patrick Mahomes because Jalen missed like a couple games at the end of the year, and maybe that'll make Patrick Mahomes' numbers a little bit more outrageous in comparison, and then he walks home with an MVP. Yeah. But I think it's right that those two were the 2 top vote getters, and I would have been good with either one getting it.
100%. I got a question for you when you talk about football.
Brock Purdy got 3 votes.
Good for Brock Purdy.
All this talk about Brock Purdy might win offensive. Well, he was one of the finalists. He got 3 votes.
Good for Brock Purdy with his 3 votes. When you talk about the football ratings, I think the ratings that came out about the Pro Bowl.
The television ratings?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were high. I don't have the exact number, but they were high. And it was like, man, it's crazy. People are we love football here and we're watching football. Do you know anybody that watched the Pro Bowl?
I don't know a single person that watched it.
I don't know
Jesse?
what's going on. Just did you watch it?
No.
I didn't watch it. I know 2 people that watched it, right? But I know I think I saw it where it was so much higher than LeBron's game, right? The record breaker. The Pro Bowl was so much higher
No,
than that
I
game.
get what you're saying, but what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what was that 3.7 million or something like that
For
TNT.
LeBron's game.
Yeah.
And it was like, I know maybe I'm just a basketball guy instead, but everybody I know saw that moment. Everybody. I don't know
Yeah.
anybody that watched the Pro Bowl.
That's probably your personal algorithm.
Maybe, I guess.
So I'm gonna. This isn't over. I'm sorry. What? 6 million
for the Pro Bowl.
Sunday's inaugural NFL Pro Bowl games averaged 6.28 million viewers across ABC, ESPN, Disney XD, whatever. What
Oh,
the
they
hell
had a
is
Disney
that?
XD broadcast. That's a channel.
Disney XD
It's
is
like
a
a
channel?
Nickelodeon type channel.
Oh.
Good for
All
them
right.
putting it on Disney XD. D'Lo ain't got no kids. That's why he don't know what Disney XD is.
I have no idea. It says the Pro Bowl averaged fewer viewers than last year's All-Star games in Major League Baseball and the NBA, with the caveat those 2 events are more traditional versions of the retrospective sports. The reimagined Pro Bowl was a flag football game. Okay.
I'll say this though, the crazy thing about it, I'm not even saying like necessarily like they're lying or nobody watched it. I just don't understand. Because look at the Allegiant Stadium. Place was packed for the Pro Bowl. What are these people doing?
I think I can answer that. And this isn't an opinion. These are statistical studies, at least dating back 4 to 5 years ago. The audience for NFL games, despite the fact we love it and we talk about it, it's different. It's not our audience. It's a little older. It's a little paler. It's a little different than like the NBA, right? And part of it is it absolutely is your personal algorithm. We in a basketball country. 49ers, cool. Raiders, you're an Eagles fan, a Dolphins fan, whatever. Fine. This is a King's place. Like we're talking basketball.
King's NBA place.
Yeah. And so our follows are centered almost not exclusively, but primarily by the NBA. And so when we log into Twitter, everybody's watching LeBron James breaking the record. But a lot of those people who are watching football, I don't know that NFL Twitter is a thing.
Right.
Outside of Schefter and Ian Rappaport, like you get news from them.
Right.
But when has anyone ever said, yo, NFL Twitter is jumping? Right. It's not a thing.
Who's the worldwide wobe of
yeah, it's not there. Like like the worldwide robe might be Baldy. Like it's not a thing. And so much of our life is on these phones and these social media channels that it's surprising to us when we're inundated with LeBron and the Lakers and the scoring record and history in the NBA, while these other people who just aren't on social media are watching a flag football game. They very well might be. They're on Parler or whatever that other website is called. Like they're over there. The audiences are different. Like the numbers bear out. Like the audiences are different. It's in a way, this is the Colin Kaepernick conversation. That's why the audiences are different.
It still always trips me out too, and we'll see it on Monday or Tuesday, how these Super Bowl ratings go up every year.
Yeah, that I'm always fascinated by.
That's kind of weird.
Like every metric of like a television show, and they're like wrestling's a great example. Every metric of how you measure television shows and people who watch television goes down year after year after year, because there's +3 and there's +7 DVR viewing, right? And so if there's a series like Snowfall's coming back, right? If you're DVRing Snowfall, but you want to get 4 or 5 episodes in before you start watching because you know you're going to binge for 5 hours, they don't get credit for those views. You only get credit for views 3 days after and 7 days after.
Mhm.
Some companies you get a view count if you DVR it. Even if you don't watch it, even if it's just DVR, you get that view count. But all companies aren't the same in that regard. The only measurement that doesn't go down is the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl and live sports overall don't change. Now you can find regular seasons going down, like collectively, like an entire season. You can find those numbers going down. But there are always games where, it beat last year's. How?
And especially when you talk about
it's on 47 different channels. How did the number get
Right.
higher?
Especially when you talk about the Super Bowl. Like if you're talking about a conference championship or divisional round, like maybe, the buzz for a particular year is higher. You're like, oh man, Sherlin L. Grove. I'm hearing about this Mahomes guy going up against this Josh. I might have to watch. Last year it was Roethlisberger versus Tannehill. I didn't really care, but I want to see what they're talking about. Like I can understand that going up. Everybody has watched the Super Bowl every year since I've been alive. So how is it? I didn't never watch the Super Bowl before. I'm gonna watch this year. It goes up every year.
And shout out, I can't believe I'm going to acknowledge this person on the radio, but Brad Clayton, for those who aren't familiar, is literally the worst person in the chat, and he never says anything of intelligence. So I'm going to give him a little bit of attention here. He says NFL Twitter is definitely a thing. You weren't on Twitter the night Damar Hamlin then? That wasn't NFL Twitter, Brody. That was literally life. That was the lead story on CNN.
Right.
That is not NFL Twitter.
Lead story. CNN was round the clock coverage on Damar Hamlin that night. No, it's not NFL Twitter.
What was the last NFL trade? Like, did Twitter go nuts when Christian McCaffrey was traded?
Absolutely not.
No, it didn't.
No.
It did when Kyrie was traded. It
KD?
did when Kevin Durant was traded at 1:30 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. And Twitter went nuts.
And things stopped.
For like 12 hours. Twitter went
People
nuts.
had emergency podcasts because Kevin Durant got traded. People don't even have emergency podcasts when Tom Brady retires.
No. but Tom Brady retirement don't even get a blog post.
No.
You just run the stuff back from last year and it don't even matter. But it's just different. And that's all it is. But
And
it will,
you could say-
it will be fun when the NFL announces 200 million people watch the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, what? All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Let it ride.
Has Taylor Swift ever done the Super Bowl? Oh, she did. She did it when Bruno and didn't she do it with Bruno and Beyonce? No, it wasn't her. Has she ever done it? I feel like she has. I don't know.
There was a rumor that this year was supposed to be her.
Mm.
And like that rumor came out, and then a day later, Rihanna was announced.
Mm.
And I don't know that it's ever been completely explained how that happened. Whereas if they offered it to her, or if it wasn't final and someone like released it too quick,
Mhm.
or if she backed out and they
I do
thought,
remember that.
oh
I
my
remember
God, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
And normally you don't pay someone to appear at the Super Bowl. There is 0% chance Rihanna is doing this for free.
Yeah.
Zero. Jesse, what'd you find?
Taylor can't do the Super Bowl because she's got a Coke endorsement, and Super Bowl's Pepsi.
Is that a shoot? Wait a minute.
Wow.
It's Apple Music.
It's always by Pepsi too, though. It's a lot of the times it's Pepsi.
That's what the article I just looked up right now says, but maybe before then, before she
I
didn't do
think
it 'cause of
Apple just maybe this year endorsed this one, or maybe it's just Rihanna.
Yeah, but wasn't it this year that the
Yeah, it was,
Taylor
but
Swift
maybe the
thing?
deal it had always been Pepsi before, so it took her out of the running, and maybe
Interesting.
afterwards, Apple Music jumped in there and said, "We'll sponsor it."
Yeah, Apple Music is definitely the sponsor. Like if you just open up your Apple Music app right now,
Then
you'll
maybe
see
it's
it.
just before that. Yeah, she couldn't do it because she had a Coke sponsor. So it was Pepsi before, right?
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, it was
for
Pepsi
a
before.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Pepsi 1 for a year. The Pepsi 1 halftime show.
Did you? I didn't do this. Did you see Rihanna's set list?
It's out?
I think it's either a rumor.
I don't know. You fall for everything.
It's
on the
either
internet.
the professor had it out there. He was talking
Oh,
about.
well, the professor knows. The professor probably
He
got it from
had an
Rihanna.
article on there or something. I heard somebody else talk. I think Rory and Mal were talking about the set list was out too. I don't want to know. But that was a good call by you. Did you see the commercial?
I don't want to know either, but I was going to ask what the first song would be, but if everybody knows, it's not worth asking.
Did you see the commercial?
The Rihanna trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say that was a great call by you. The song they went with the whole time.
Oh, yeah, but but you think that's going to be the open?
It might be. I mean, hell, they chose that to do the commercial with. That's going to be a big part of the show, I think.
We'll come back. It's Trysta Krick time, baby. Trysta Krick live from the Super Bowl. She joins us. Plus, I've got a question about a retired quarterback from Green Bay.
This guy.
Good friends with Brad Clayton, I believe. We'll talk about that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Bart Starr, hey, coming through. Yeah, I don't think I want to see it either.
Yeah, I don't want to see it. Gwitty, Rory and Mal, they're cool. I'm not mad at them. They're obviously better with Joe, but they're cool. I don't really like religiously listen to their stuff. I still listen to Joe more than Rory and Mal, but they're cool. I'm glad they're doing their thing. They get in the bag. No, I'm not a Swiftie. The only song that I like she ever did, and my son, when he was like a little kid, it's crazy. He liked this song. He liked Bad Blood. And I wouldn't say I liked the song, but I would hear it. It's catchy. I would just hear it all the time. But other than that, I don't think I really even know any Taylor Swift songs. Like I probably know them if I hear them, but none of them come to my mind right now. And clearly I'm in the minority. Am I copping a Fox or Sabonis All-Star jersey? No, I'm not. I don't really like All-Star jerseys, to be honest with you. I would get a regular Kings jersey first. Not a big fan of All-Star jerseys. I'd love to see it around the city, though. That'll be dope. Dr. David, Oscar's a jackass. If anything, he's ruining everything.
Yeah, what's going on with the rematch clause stuff? What is that?
So,
like, is Ryan not getting one? Is that what's going on? Or
so the rematch clause is Ryan doesn't want a rematch clause. Tank has a rematch clause, and right now Showtime is the network for the first fight. And traditionally, well, I don't even know if it's traditionally, but like in common sense land, if Ryan were to win, the Zone and Golden Boy is like, we should handle the rematch. And Showtime PBC is like, no, we'll handle the rematch. And they're like, well, we don't want to fight then. And like, I heard a couple of different sides to that. In theory, like common sense, like, yeah, if your guy wins, they should be running the rematch. But Showtime PBC is looking at it like, bro, you guys suck at running pay-per-views. You guys can't create a pay-per-view to save your life. People don't even know what's going on. Think of the Canelo pay-per-views. They probably did terrible. And it's not even Canelo's fault. It's because the Zone is terrible at American fights and pay-per-views. And Showtime PBC, like, y'all gonna fumble this bag. Like, no, we'll take care of it. Golden Boy and DAZN is like, no, give us our opportunity to, if he wins, to, headline the pay-per-view. So
DAZN is trash, but if Ryan Garcia does one, I think they should get the pay-per-view the second time.
I mean, they should. It'll probably make less money because of that, but I mean, it's only fair that they do. But it shouldn't be holding up the fight. It really shouldn't be holding up the fight. But all like I was originally going to say is Oscar always running his mouth, negotiating in public, and doing that's just the bad. Like, don't ever do that. Like, because now egos are getting involved because you're doing stuff like that. And Oscar is such a jackass. He's running his mouth. And the funny thing is, Oscar is Oscar's had multiple fights in his fighting career that went the same way, where he was doing the rematch and he was like, no, I'm in control of all this. I'm the A side. Even though he lost the fight, they was looking for the rematch. That's what happened with Tito Trinidad and De La Hoya. That's why it never happened again. Because Oscar lost and Tito was like, yo, I beat you. I should be the A side. And Oscar's like, no, I'm the A side. I'm either the A side or we're not fighting. And they never fought again.
Boxing is like high school drama.
Yeah.
Oh.
Take another one of these.
I'm starving. Trysta Krick set to join us coming up here at the top of the hour, followed by, y'all know the Friday vibes, Kyle Madson. James is already here. James is out in the lobby working.
What is James doing? Just hanging out.
He's just out there working, talking to people.
Just chilling, passing out Taco Bell to everybody.
He's just handing out Taco Bell. Did you get Taco Bell?
I got a taco and a burrito.
Look at that. Everybody got Taco Bell.
Shout out to James, man. Shout out to the Hammer.
Him coming through in the clutch. Yeah. So that Friday trifecta is on the way. Did you happen to read the latest Brett Favre story?
Some of it, but I know what's going on. This guy's a jackass.
This dude is suing Shannon Sharp, amongst others, because of the way he's been portrayed in this.
Pat McAfee's the other one.
Pat McAfee. That's the other one. I couldn't remember if it was Pat McAfee or Colin Cowherd. That's the other one. Because of the way that he's been portrayed in this.
What, as a criminal?
As a criminal, yeah.
This dude, man.
The thing I did, one of the episodes, we were talking about Bomani Jones the other day with the professor. One of the episodes I did see of Bomani Jones.
I saw that too with the high school legend who's getting wrapped up in that.
Yes. Yeah.
And he had a bar.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. That's
at a bar.
That's one of the
Marcus Dupree is the guy's name. That's right.
That's one of the best ways that I've seen this whole thing laid out. But yeah, Brett Favre, not only is Brett Favre not in jail, he's now suing people.
Come on, man. Come on now. Oh, brother.
One thing that I have been unable to find in all of these different articles, write-ups, I've listened to podcasts on this situation. One thing I've been unable to find out is, why is he not in prison? What am I missing about this?
I have no idea.
He stole from an entire community. He stole funds. How is he not in prison? How is not everyone associated with this not in jail?
Well, it seems like, and you saw the same thing I did when Bomani laid it out. It seems like there's a lot of people who've done this, and nothing is happening to these people, which is crazy.
What do they call this?
One? John Daly was, I think, another one.
What do they call this? White collar crime? Is that what that's called? White collar crime? Are you sure we're talking about a collar here? Is that what we're talking about?
Jeez.
Ridiculous.
Man. I can't, that's bizarre, and it's still always underreported, I think. I don't think ESPN's done anything on it. First take, where you at? Where you at?
Right.
First day.
Right.
They quick to talk crazy about Kyrie, but they let Brett Favre do whatever.
I'm gonna be careful. I ain't never turned into that show, but I go to ESPN.com enough to know anytime Stephen A sneezes, it gets its own clip on ESPN.com. Oh, he's got one up trashing Russell Westbrook now. Like, cool. Okay. I guess I could do a Google search and see Stephen A. Smith's thoughts on Brett Favre. Wonder if Google will say 0 returns.
0 returns for sure. And what's the whole, you brought up something real quick. What's this going on with Russell Westbrook? I guess I missed this. Like, They were calling him a vampire because he like sucks the life out of the locker room or something like that.
So I think it was Ramona wrote an article yesterday about how like this all came to an end. And no, it wasn't Ramona. It was that quote came, I think it was from Dave McMenamin.
Okay.
It was in his article. And this was the thing that agitated me about Russell's entire tenure in Los Angeles is, has LeBron ever had an issue saying something about somebody?
Not that I know of.
Even if he did it subtly, we all knew who he was
Right.
talking about.
Right.
Never said anything bad about Russell Westbrook. Anthony Davis never said anything bad about Russell Westbrook. Reading this article, and it's been these guys with The Athletic. It's been it's really been Dave McMenamin all season long, where it's clear Dave is talking to like the same player over and over and over and over again. And this player said getting rid of Russell Westbrook was like getting rid of a vampire. And I think that was the quote.
Mm-hmm.
And then McMenamin explained, well, he was sucking the life out of the locker room. Okay, dude. All right. Look, I know I'm the Russell Westbrook defender, but like reporting is so lazy.
Mm-hmm.
So like, okay, cool. Because the tone in all of McMenamin's quotes all season long were exactly the same.
Right.
None of them were on record either. I can go on record and tell you name a person, I'll tell you how I feel about them. Stop being a coward.
Right.
These dudes, that type of stuff is so cowardly to me, and it's trash.
I really don't know why Russ gets kind of portrayed the way he does. I really don't understand it. You know what I mean? He's good in the community. He can be a little surly. I get it. Like, I understand that. He's had, run-ins with the media before and things of that nature. But
so can I ask you something about that? When articles like what Dave McMenamin wrote in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Lakers beat reporter, why the hell would you ever cooperate with the media if you're getting articles like that written about you?
I agree. I said this about Barry Bonds when he was playing. Like, all y'all do is talk crazy about me. Why would I be cool with you?
Has KD ever said anything negative about Russell Westbrook? But we've been led to believe there was this big beef between them and that they hated each other. And that's why Kevin Durant left. Kevin Durant ain't never said a bad word about Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook ain't never said a bad word about Kevin Durant. So that stuff is out there. It's getting reported. It means somebody is finding an angle for their story and talking to someone who can help them further that angle. I don't blame Russell Westbrook one bit for not talking to anybody. I wouldn't either. We criticize LeBron for like having his circle and his media people, like the people who carry his water, so to speak. I can assure you, if I was the level of LeBron James at anything, that's exactly what I do. I'm not just going to go speak to some random person who could take anything I write and turn it into whatever they want. And they've got, some other dude because they got my name on record, but they don't have any other individual for this story's name on record. Yeah. Kiss my ass. That ain't going to be me.
No, like I said, it reminds me a lot of the Barry Bonds thing because people are always like, Barry Bonds was a jerk. Like, you guys, number one, that stemmed, I think, from Barry watching what the media did to his dad. And he was like when he was playing, he's like, y'all are not here for me. Like, y'all twisted.
That's it.
And Barry took that through his whole career.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, all they did was slam Barry all the time. He's like, I don't fool with you guys. And
that's why they slam him, because he doesn't give them the story that they want or they need or what they pitch to their editor or all that stuff. So, okay, I'm gonna make your life miserable while you're here.
Yeah, we ain't got nothing to talk about. We ain't got nothing to talk about. Luckily, new media is here.
Hey, you joke. And I think Draymond was ass backwards stupid for calling himself new media when his podcast company that he's on is run by Colin Cowherd, who is the oldest of old media out there. But Draymond, but Draymond Draymond's an NBA player with a big platform. He's like, hey, I wasn't in that locker room, but y'all are dead wrong about Russell Westbrook. I saw that clip, and that's the I think the new media line is stupid,
Mhm.
but that is the approach of a guy who doesn't have an agenda.
Mhm.
Dave McMenamin, he has a job, right? And he has an agenda. I'm going to get clicks with this. We joke about how Sam's got to post an article. Well, he's going to be at the Laker game this weekend because he knows he can write about LeBron, and everybody's going to read that.
Well, look, and it's to a certain degree, this is kind of what I talked about a little bit, and I know it's a little different, but with like Kyrie Irving, right? Like how the media looks at him one way, the players, they cool with him.
What are you doing?
What do you mean? I'm waiting on you guys to let me in.
Like, where are you going when this is over? Like, you are sparkling. You've had jewelry on all week, like just made up like this.
She doing her thing in AZ.
I got
to put the shades off for Trysta. She doing her thing in AZ.
Super Bowl Trysta is a whole different vibe.
I tell you what, if
I'm gonna hit you with the
people-
Doc Rivers line real quick. Are you in bed? You are. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
No, I just sat down. I just checked into a new hotel. They moved us from where we just went or where we just were. And so I literally just checked in like 20 minutes ago, and I just sat down on the bed, and I was like, well, I mean, better, more comfortable place than a computer chair.
Wow, that's facts.
I'm not mad at that.
That's facts. Official introduction, by the way, Trysta Krick, BetQL, BetMGM.
Good lighting right here too. Good lighting.
You look
It's
great.
It's great.
You look
Thank you.
phenomenal. I mean, the jacket, that joint is sparkling. Like you look.
That was what I was thinking about. That's what I left in your car. I was gonna wear it to the gold one, and I was like, it's just not the right vibe right now.
Oh, your vibe was perfect for the golden one.
I think
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This was just too much. It was just too much at that moment.
If you would have wore that, you would have.
Yeah, you'd have been fine too. Yeah, it was all good.
Straight.
It
I
was-
got a-
What?
You're-
Yeah.
you're Super Bowl. What's
Mhm.
what's better, Super Bowl, NBA All Star, or Summer League?
Summer League.
Summer League's the
Summer
best?
League. Summer League and March Madness are 1 and 2.
March Madness.
Hmm.
Like the
March
Final
Madness
Four?
is great. Yeah, Final Four is awesome too. A lot of kids like just enjoying life. A lot of coaches from every team are there. So if you want to network at all, everyone's there. They're all staying very close by one another, so you can just run up on them. I think I saw like Bill Self just like at the hotel bar one time, just kicking it. Just like, hey, what's up? Like Kansas, all the Kansas fans are staying like we're right near where the Kansas players are. It's cool. It's really, really cool. And there's days in between off. So you get time to see the city. Super Bowl is hard because there's just no time to rest. There's just no time to see everyone you want to see. There's no time to do all the things you want to do. The game is trash. Like going to the actual game itself is not good. It's a TV event. Summer League is incredible. The access at Summer League is phenomenal. Obviously the basketball is not good, right? But everything else is really good. And there's plenty of time. I didn't eat a lot at Summer League, but I did meet a lot of people.
NBA All Star Weekend seems like it goes by really fast. When we talk about those
It
other
does.
things, we're talking about a week, right? NBA All Star Weekend is like Friday.
Yeah,
to
but you don't really sleep. No, you start Thursday. You don't
Thursday
sleep.
for sure.
And the great thing about NBA All Star Weekend is you could go home Sunday before the game.
Yep, that's what I always did.
Yeah, you don't need to be there.
No, absolutely not.
It's
Although
cool.
they-
It's cool to see one. You really don't need to see more than one.
They have some game day after parties that were pretty fly. One time I went to
Not the ones that matter.
well
MJ's party is not the day of the All Star
well,
game.
no, MJ's party is not, but
Damien went to all the
Spurs,
good
I got
stuff.
to go to a show after it was All Star Game night. Travis Scott and SZA did a show. So
Okay.
they have stuff like that after the All Star Game. I guess that's probably for the locals though.
Yeah. The All-Star's a little ratchet.
Yeah.
Coming off of
A little?
coming off of Super Bowl, All-Star feels incredibly ratchet comparatively.
Are you doing that? Are you going from Phoenix to Salt Lake City?
I can't do it, guys. Like I'm already starting to get under the weather. We've had multiple people get sick on this trip. We've had to have people fill in. It's a no for me. And especially if it was like Miami. If He's like, oh yeah, All-Star game in Miami. I'm
I'll
in.
power through it.
I'm going. I'm up there. I'm coming. But All-Star game in Utah, womp, womp, womp,
No, thank
womp. I'm out.
Listen, you're running 170-degree temperature. It's fine. I am going to Miami. It's all good.
Benito, I mean, it's fine. I'll go. The heat will break my fever. It's all good. I'll be in the whirlpool.
Hey, I want to dive into everything that happened this weekend.
By the way, excellent outfits for you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. I mean,
Thank
you know,
you.
I just
I mean,
got
we are-
got a thermal on. I ain't got a shirt like Damien.
I think we are the
We
three.
see what time it is.
We are the three flyest individuals on a live stream right now. I think that's accurate.
Thanks.
We brought this up. It's probably a weird place to start, given that like Kevin Durant was traded and Kyrie Irving was traded, and all of this stuff has happened since the last time we talked. But why was Gary Payton the second? Why did that go so poorly quickly in Portland?
You know, I've been thinking about it all day. You know, I've been thinking about it. Seriously, I've been thinking about it all day. What is it that happened that turned left so fast? He was injured for almost half of the season. So that couldn't have been it, right? Couldn't have been his role that
Right.
he did not like. In my opinion, it has to either be, I mean, he's from the Bay Area. He was in the Bay Area for the Warriors. Portland is not that. There is no honeys out there that you can scoop through. The things that you can do in Portland are very, I would call them undiverse. There's pockets where things are good, you know, and pockets where things are cracking. But those pockets have gotten further and further away from the center of the city as we get a little gentrification. And so or like maybe the team culture is not as good as it used to be. It's weird though. And
Did you-
maybe losing.
Did you see like did he look unhappy there? I didn't feel like he did. Look like when he played, he was out there. I didn't know it was an issue potentially.
I've sent some. Well, how about this? Next Friday, hopefully I'll have some more intel. I've been sending texts like, "What's the deal?" It's like my number one question to the insiders that I know is, "Why is Gary Payton?" I thought that the Warriors at one point just wanted him that badly, but apparently he asked out. He asked to be moved.
Okay, so we'll table the Gary Payton the
We'll
second
table- yeah.
conversation.
But it was weird, wasn't it? It was like very strange.
Yeah,
We were so focused on the Kings doing nothing yesterday that we started
missed
talking
it?
about. No, we didn't miss it. It was just like, hey, we haven't really discussed like how did this happen? Like, why did this go south so quick?
It could have been a money thing too for the Blazers, like in terms of wanting to move him, because Matisse Thybulle makes a lot less, and he's a lot longer of a wing, just kind of a bigger body to pair with Dame. On top of him being unhappy.
I saw your video on Matisse Thybulle. I couldn't really grasp your feelings on it. Like I saw it and I was like, is she not happy? Is she kind of baffled? Like what's your thoughts about Matisse Thybulle?
I think there's layers to this. I just want the Blazers to do something good. You know, I know you guys know what I'm talking about because you know what it's like to have a franchise just let you down. And you expect them to make some sort of altering move, and then they just don't. I wanted them to try to go out and get Pascal or OG or whoever, right? And for it to be Matisse and Cam Reddish, and I like Matisse fine. He's a good on-ball defender. Can't play a lick of offense, though. I'm not sure if it's going to matter, but neither can Gary Payton, and I was quite excited about Gary Payton. Gary Payton's not like the best offensive guy, but Matisse's attitude in Philly was just not great, and I wonder if it's him or if it's just the fact that Philadelphia as a place is something that we all don't like, right? And so he wanted to get out because of the culture. So like that was part of it, and then you pair that with Cam Reddish, who he's a bucket, but I don't know about him in terms of his focus, in terms of his consistency, his coachability. It felt like if you put Cam Reddish and Matisse Thybulle together, we get the player that we actually wanted.
That's a hell of a way of putting it.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Kings not making a move? I mean, obviously, we're talking about Portland, who's behind Sacramento, and then we'll get to Phoenix and all of these little moves that were done elsewhere. But Sacramento Monty said we're good.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I thought Plumlee got picked up for nothing. So if the Clippers could get Plumlee, then why couldn't you guys? So that part was a little weird.
So from what it sounded like this morning is they wanted to send Mason Plumlee to a contender. They said they appreciated Mason Plumlee and all he's done for the organization. So if the asking prices were the same, they were going to send him to a contender. And that also, it's worth reminding everybody, Mitch Kupchak is Charlotte's general manager. Mm-hmm. So you could do with that what you will.
Jerry
do with that.
Clippers, right?
The Clippers?
Jerry West.
I don't know. Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Boy. Yeah. Okay, so he's involved with the Clippers, and then you got Kupchak in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't like that. And actually, are the Clippers any more of a contender than the Sacramento Kings? Like, I don't know that they are right now. Where are they at in the standings?
I think they are.
Well, they are now.
The finals. I had them going to the finals before this.
Well, I like the moves that they've made, and I think that they've been very good when they want to be good. And so that matters. That's kind of like the Warriors. They're good when they want to be good, and they're not really good any other time. They can't just wake up and win games. But a lot of teams can't wake up and win games, right? But Kawhi, Paul George, it just doesn't feel like their point guard plays very good. And yeah, you're going to have the ball in Kawhi's hands. You're going to have the ball in Paul George's hands a lot at the end of games. So does the point guard position matter as much to the Clippers? Like, it kind of does, given the fact that John Wall's minutes and Reggie Jackson's minutes are like a net minus 95 each. So, like, I didn't like the fact that they didn't get anyone, and they're probably going to go after Russell Westbrook. So, Russell Westbrook, Mason Plumlee,
Bones Highland,
and Bones Highland, who apparently was getting all kinds of friction with Jamal Murray, just messing up the vibe. Jamal Murray was saying that he didn't like that he had to take on the biggest defensive assignment because Bones Highland is like a wet paper towel on defense. And they're like, okay, well, I don't want to guard the best player on the other team. That's not what my role is, but I have to because Bones isn't as good. And then Bones is, messing up the spacing offensively. Sometimes he's too ball dominant and doesn't realize that Jamal Murray is like the number 2 option. So I'm very curious how that functions with two guys like Paul George and Kawhi. He's got to come off the bench by himself and just cook like a Lou Williams.
You know that tidbit that you just gave us? I ain't gonna lie, it had me feeling some type of way about Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
What you talking about, bro? I have to guard the best player. What you talking about?
Yeah.
And I like Jamal Murray. That's my dog. Like I love his game, but I don't like hearing that. You ain't.
What do you think about that, Damien?
I don't like Jamal as much as you guys do, to be honest with you. He's a good ball player. I don't think I like him as much as you guys do, and I don't think I didn't get the Bones Highland deal. I didn't get when he came up in conversations. That'd have been like because Kings fans liked Bones Highland. We had conversations about it. It was like, yeah, but why? Why would they do that? Well, you answered that.
Yeah, and I don't think the organization, I'm going to make some calls on this too, but I don't think the organization particularly liked him either. And that maybe is something that's, you know how it is when you're a good employee, but your boss just kind of, and sometimes you have a bad boss and they make things difficult, and sometimes vice versa, right? It's hard to know what the truth is. You see my AirPod come out of my ear?
No, that was slick. I didn't even notice. I just saw you kind of reach for your
She's
like,
a
you're keeping the vibe strong today.
She's
like
a
you're
professional.
good. Yeah.
100%.
I miss you guys.
I know.
We
I
miss
was
you
gone
too.
last week. That was my mistake. You know what I'm saying?
Where'd you go again?
I was in Baltimore, Maryland.
Oh, yeah. You were in the DMV.
It was freezing.
It was a brick out, boy. Oh
goodness.
Negative 10 in New York.
It was freezing. But you mentioned like Mason Plumlee and the Kings not getting in on that or whatever. But we kind of laid out a little bit. Kupchak, possibly Jerry West having something to do with it. A lot of times when we talk about these trades, and trades not being made by the team. You know this, Trysta. Sometimes it's not the fact that the team didn't try to make it happen, but there are things outside of their control. Like you just mentioned, Dame, the Hornets might have been like, hey, if all things are equal, I'm gonna go with my guy Jerry West. I got 40 years with him, so I'm gonna do business with him. No shade to Monte McNair, he's cool, but this is my guy Jerry. I'm gonna do business with him. That doesn't have anything to do with Monte McNair. That's not his fault. Like, he did everything he could. He put up a great offer potentially, but now we're talking about personal relationships.
Let me ask you this too, because you think about the Kevin Durant trade to the Phoenix. They were only going to do the deal with Phoenix. And where did Sean Marks play? Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's some like former love association. Yeah, he wasn't with James Jones, and obviously Matt Ishbia is very new. That's a big balls move for an owner who is there for less than a day. Literally less than that. We say like he's been there for a cup of coffee. Like, literally his coffee was still warm if he had it in a thermos. Like, the coffee he was drinking at his press conference, still warm when that deal gets made.
I'm going to guess the only thing that moved Sean Marks to make that deal was the 4 picks. I don't think it was any sentimental feel for the Phoenix Suns. It was 4 first-round picks. Oh, Mikal, you got it. Here.
Memphis offered 4 first, though. Memphis was trying to get KD, I heard.
And that was the team that I thought, like, people get upset here about the Kings or whatever not making a deal. I wasn't really tripping at all because I like the team. And yeah, they got holes, but I'm not tripping off them not making a deal for Mason Plumlee. That's not the X factor to them making the playoffs or not. But Memphis is a team that has a lot to give. And they didn't do anything. They're struggling. You want to talk about everybody else around them getting better. It's exactly what happened. They didn't make a deal. And it's interesting to hear you say they tried to get Kevin Durant and didn't.
Yeah, I think they tried pretty hard to get him and OG Anunoby. It was just a couple of teams that didn't want to make the deals. And I think it's hard to know which, and you kind of have to know the pattern of behavior of teams in order to assess, like, did they just not want to get a deal done, or was there no deal really to get done? And then you can judge that franchise and their behavior accordingly, right? I think for Portland, they didn't do enough. I think there was more to be done on the edges that they could have done. Maybe they're just stockpiling picks. For Memphis, doesn't feel like a deal was able to get done. For the Clippers, I am very curious why they couldn't get Fred VanVleet. Maybe they don't have enough picks because they give them all away in the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trade, which is, thinking back, absolutely bonkers. Bonkers. Do you guys think really Kawhi does not go to the Clippers without Paul George?
I don't. I don't. I think that, or let me rephrase it. I do think that he goes to the Clippers. I think I told the story. I was told before the Raptors trade, he's going to the Clippers. Like, that's where he's signing it. Like, he's going to the Clippers. So to think that, like, and who was it? The Lakers? Was it the Lakers or the Clippers?
Yes.
Were those the last 2 teams? I feel like he wanted to play for the Clippers. It's maybe he just used Paul George. Maybe he just used leverage right there in that moment where he thought he could get a guy in there with him and, set the town on fire.
And
because Shai would have been amazing with him.
Oh, for sure.
Shai would have been amazing with him, but he was, at the time, he was 21.
He was good, though.
No, he was
It
good.
only took 1 year.
He wasn't better. At that time, he wasn't better than Paul George.
No, absolutely
so
not.
I'm like, if I'm Kawhi, I'm like, yeah, I don't really have time to wait for this kid to develop. Give me Paul George. Go get Paul George.
In hindsight,
And what have they done?
I would have done it if that answers your question. I would have done it again. You got Kawhi Leonard coming.
Knowing how this thing looks right now, you do that. Knowing
how everything played out. Yeah, hindsight is 2020.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
No, I would have kept Shai.
Okay,
but
yeah,
we don't have that luxury at the time.
Think about this. You have Shai, right? And then you've got Kawhi, and you've got your little janky point guards that you have, Reggie Jackson and John Wall, whatever. But you have all your picks. Now you can get Fred. Now you have the luxury to get any damn player that you want. Now you can get into the Kevin Durant sweepstakes if you want.
True. But I mean, I don't want to say hasn't hurt them, but they're still a championship contender.
Okay,
I mean,
Lake Show. Okay,
no,
Clip Show.
no,
Okay.
hell no. Lake Show. Stop it. What? Get that off of there.
Can't like everybody knows what time it is.
It is. It's love for the LA. He is an LA apologist.
He loves LA.
I do love LA. I don't love the Lakers.
He sings that song. I've caught him singing that
I
song.
love the city of Los Angeles. I don't like the Lakers. There's a difference.
Pick the Clippers to win the title. That's LA love right there.
I-
Watch your son
no,
a
I think
Dodger
I had
hat.
them. Did I pick them to win the title or get to the finals? It doesn't matter. I still got them going to the finals.
What else in the trade deadline? Sorry to hijack. What else in the trade deadline like surprised you guys the most?
Well, I like outside of KD and
Kyrie, yeah.
and that stuff.
What you think about Kyrie?
I like the fit. I like the basketball
so
fit.
you weren't here. Dallas came up while we were talking, and you kind of laid out a deal that was pretty close. I think you had Tim Hardaway involved instead of I can't remember who it was. No,
Yes.
because she had Finney Smith. You had Finney.
Oh, I
Smith.
think instead of Dinwiddie.
That's right. That's right. So
Yep.
if you go back to last Friday's appearance, you were like, I could see that working, and sure enough, that gets done. But go ahead. Like you've been on. I wanted to give you your flowers because you were on this.
Thank
from
you.
jump.
Yeah, I think from a basketball fit perspective, it's great. You're gonna have Kyrie be on and off ball like he was with LeBron, and I don't want to really dissect what he's gonna be from a drama or non-drama standpoint, but I'm sure you guys saw that game against the Clippers with no Luka. The offense just flows like water with Kyrie. Kyrie gives me Bruce Lee sort of vibes with the way that the offense flows in a really beautiful way. I saw them play against the Clippers. I'm like, this is the most pace that the Mavs have had in years. Now, can Luka keep up with that pace? Because we know he's probably eating Twinkies as I speak. I don't know, but if he's a great player and he's going to probably want to have some level of assimilation. I think they're going to be really good together. Does that mean that the upside of the Mavs is more than it was last year? I don't think so, because defensively they're not going to be good, but it's going to be so fun.
Let's bring Kyle into the conversation too.
What up,
Yeah.
Kyle Madson in the house?
Kyle,
Me and him talked earlier today.
Yeah, we're hanging out.
buddy, where are you?
I'm in the broom closet.
You're in the broom
95.7.
closet. I'm not confident your AirPods are connected.
The audio quality is bad.
Hang on.
Let's go ahead and check that. Casey, go ahead though.
I was going to say two things with that because Trysta, I kind of agree with you. I think their ceiling is higher now with Kyrie than it was. Will they reach the ceiling? I don't know, but I think it's a higher ceiling. Two things though. When you talk about playing with Luka and comparing it to when he played with LeBron, LeBron was a willing facilitator, a willing passer, willing to let Kyrie cook from time to time and do other things. We don't know if Luka's willing to do that. I'm not saying he isn't. I think we'll have to say he's as ball dominant as they come. It is James Harden all over again, and James Harden he didn't end up not liking playing with Chris Paul and Russell Westbrook. So we'll just see. I don't know if he is or not because he's never really been in this situation. The other thing I was going to say, people don't like this. I remember Trysta, you asked the question I think last week about people's unfairly or being overly critical of Kyrie Irving. I agree with you. It happens. And they may not like me saying this. He's as talented of a basketball player as I've ever seen. I watch Kyrie and I'm in awe sometimes with what he can do on the basketball court. As talented as I've ever seen. It's amazing to watch him play. I wish all the other stuff didn't happen so we could just enjoy his game more. But I see him and I'm like, man, it's like a wizard out there sometimes.
Yeah, the way he dribbles the ball is crazy. What he can do. It's the English around the backboard and how he can get to the rim, his mid-range, his footwork. He's not a great three-point shooter overall in terms of percentages, but when it comes down to crunch time, it's like he's a 50% three-point shooter. So from a basketball perspective, Kyrie's as good as they come.
Some of the shots he made in the 2016 finals were ridiculous. Like I just, as a basketball player, like Kyrie Irving, just I don't have enough superlatives. He's the best shot maker in the league.
And he's like 6'2".
He's outrageous.
The shots that he makes, the mid range, the pull ups, all the things he does, and finishing at the basket to be that size, that's crazy.
His Duffy's crazy.
Yeah, I want to answer your question from 10 minutes ago, Trysta, and then also give you the opportunity to go take a nap because you do look exhausted. But one, you asked what
shots.
Yeah, you did tell me that.
Is
I
that a
was
shot?
exhausted though.
You do like
That's tough.
you look tired.
No, that I am just hanging in. We're just conserving energy at the moment.
Okay,
You're getting.
all right. Stop.
You're getting my battery. My battery is just. That's just
Where?
Where
are you going tonight?
So BetMGM has a couple of parties. We have a VIP to go see Marshmello, which whatever.
My son would go crazy.
Marshmallow's fine, I guess. I'm not the hugest Marshmello fan, but I do like those three little letters VIP, and then you add platinum next to it, and I feel like there's going to be some good star mingling going on. And then I think there's another thing at the Ainsworth downtown Phoenix. I was supposed to go to the Waste Management Open. I just don't think it's going to happen, guys. I did see though. The golf course, awesome people watching. I did go to this bar last night though, which it took everything out of me to go there. It was an hour each way. It was, I fell asleep in the Uber to and from. Great little club atmosphere. Met some friends that I know from here. But then as we're walking out, I see Desmond Ritter and Daniel Jones just walking alone in the middle of the street to some club. What a pairing.
Are you stationed in Phoenix? Is that like home base? Or are you in
What do you mean?
Glendale? Like where are
where are
you?
So I've moved hotels as I said a little bit earlier. We were near Glendale, but we weren't actually in Glendale. We were 7 miles north of Glendale at the Wigwam Resort, which I can now say because I'm no longer there. And so that's an awesome resort, but it's an hour to downtown Phoenix. It's an hour to Scottsdale. It's 20 minutes to Glendale. I mean, we stayed there because I think we got a hookup from one of the Colangelos that owns the resort. I'm pretty sure that was a part of it. And then they kicked us out today, and now I'm staying at a Courtyard Marriott near the airport.
Oh, make sure you got some points though. Use the points.
Oh, I did. They told me, oh yes, your status gives you an upgrade, and I'm like, so this little futon in the room. That's it. Got it.
Trysta, I'm
usually sleep on the floor.
I'm talking Damien, aka Damien Sinatra Barling, since he loves Vegas so much. We're going next year. You got us. Can we just ride your coattails all next?
Oh my God, we would have so much fun in Vegas. Yeah. I would literally just, because I usually try to sprinkle, sing everyone. You guys would be the plan, and we would just go around together as a crew, which would be awesome.
Damian Davis Jr. and Viva Las Vegas.
He'd be great there. I have a new idea for a show, and I would love to hear what you guys have to say. If they try to steal it, it will do them no good because I am the key piece of the show, and it's called so it's called America's Guest, and it's me going to different it's kind of like with Sacramento and Buffalo, and I'm with one of the key tastemakers of the city, people who are embedded in the community, like y'all, like the people in Buffalo. My shy, very introverted self doesn't have to do any of the work. They just take me around. I kiss baby, shake hands, and I embed myself in the sports culture. We highlight all the amazing things about cities that don't get enough shine, the food, the coffee, the fan environment, the stadium. It's like Anthony Bourdain meets some sort of sports thing. It's funny, and we get to take that thing around the world. What do you guys think?
I love it.
Hell yeah.
It's a very good idea.
Go to Fresno.
You like it?
It's like Peyton's Places and the Anthony Bourdain show, parts unknown.
Correct. Only funnier.
I can't wait to go to Bakersfield.
I'm not going to Bakersfield.
No, you're
just explore AAA ballparks. That'd be great.
It's just G League. It's literally G League edition. Santa Cruz Warriors.
Stockton, baby, let's go. Going to the 209. Let's go.
We'll drive through the 209.
That's true.
So would you guys do it? Are you guys gonna come to Vegas? You guys thinking about it?
I'd love to.
Yeah,
We'll see what
You could
happens.
do the show. You could do the show from the Vegas Odyssey. That's what I did
They
when I was
wouldn't
there
even.
for summer.
They wouldn't even know we weren't
Just
here.
volunteering the Vegas Odyssey studio.
They wouldn't.
Yeah, no,
even
they're
know.
great. They're really they did it for me, and I'm way less important than you guys. And they do it for Jim Rome, who's more
Oh,
important
your
than.
show is on
Yeah,
nationally.
you're national, fam. Relax.
Like
Well, I did it for the
You're
fans.
going to a VIP Platinum Super Bowl party. Kenny's
Yeah,
wearing
but that's
sunglasses
because
Y'all are built different.
that's because our bosses get to go and they feel bad, and they haven't really seen us this entire week because they always leave before our night show, and they're like, oh yeah, but just meet us at this party instead of us like supporting you in your show.
You're so important. I actually have to read this. With a 3-day free trial, you can try out BetQL worry-free. Get the betting insights you need for the Super Bowl with a free 3-day trial of BetQL. Visit betql.com today to get started.
Yeah.
I probably messed up by not getting that read today.
Do you?
Good job, yeah.
This is like it's a microcosm of the last 2 weeks. We have not talked the Super Bowl once. Do you have anything going on? Like you got a prop bet, you got Gatorade, national anthem. Like what's going on?
I've got two
I
for you.
have props. We talked about it. Go ahead. Are you gonna take mine? Are you gonna give them?
Yeah, I
the
was gonna
one?
do a bit where I just stole yours.
Yeah,
You go
do
ahead.
it. Give
This
give
is it.
it
No,
out.
it's your thing. It's your thing.
No, give
Isaiah
it out, Kyle.
Pacheco under 48.5 rushing yards. Going to be a lot of Jerick McKinnon because there's going to be a lot of pass blocking. And then she's staying away from the Travis Kelce props, which I was going to hammer the over, but it's 7.5. She thinks it's going to hit 7, but it's juiced to the under. And then she also has a 3-way anytime touchdown parlay. This is just 3 of 36 props that Trista's on. It is a Boston Scott, Travis Kelce, Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown parlay. That's a 3-leg parlay that'll get you 20 to 1.
Wow.
That's all facts. That is all facts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What do you
I went
think?
on 95.7 The Game today, and I gave that out.
You did.
Yeah, Kyle invited me. Why don't you read them the DM that you sent me?
Oh,
It was
okay, hang on.
so
I'm not ready
funny.
to do that. I'm not ready to
So
do that.
he
Hang on, let me
DMs
pull-
me, and I'm thinking there's going to be some sort of content gold, and I get this funny producer invite onto the show, like he did not know me whatsoever, introducing
usually-
himself. Here you go. Give it to me.
It's usually like if I send something to Trysta, it's like Jordan Poole sucks or something like that. It says, "Hey Trysta, Kyle Madson with 95.7 The Game in San Francisco here. I was wondering if we could borrow a few minutes tomorrow, Friday, around 11 a.m. Pacific to chat about some Super Bowl bets you like and maybe a little NBA after the trade deadline. Thanks so much for your time. I hope you're well." Nailed it.
That's
Nailed it. He did. He
Yes,
did
he
secure
nailed
the
it on
interview.
It worked.
Secured the interview. What do you think? Kenny told me this was out there. I haven't seen it. I don't know if you have. What do you think Riri's first song is?
I want it to be "Bitch Better Have My Money." I don't
I
think it
like
will be.
it, but I don't think it will be either.
Damien's convinced me it's going to be Run This Town.
I could see that. So let me ask you this, because you've had more interactions than probably with Riri, bad girl Riri, and probably good girl Riri as well. Combined, which is like pause. So do you think she's the kind of person that would play by the rules?
Nope.
Or is she the kind of person who you tell her what not to do and she 1,000% decides to do that exact thing?
She's going to do exactly what she wants to do.
But
Right.
to her point, you're probably better off telling her, not saying anything.
You're better off doing
Because if
nothing.
you tell her not to do something, she's going to do it.
Like
So I can see that.
I want S&M to be the first song.
That's what I want too. Then
I'm guessing it's not.
Heat check, fam. Little intro to the heat check. Come on.
Look here, man. Hey, pour it up out there. Have the backup dancers. Let's go. Let's go.
What do you think? Which song do you think, all three of you, do you think has, like before the vocals come on and you just hear the beat drop, or even just the instrumentation, and you're like, oh my God, yes. Like, what is that song for Riri?
Well, I feel like it's Run This Town. That's why I think she starts with it. Or
Hopeless, Found Love.
We
and
Found
Hopeless
Love.
Way.
We Found love.
Ugh.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
That's a
That's
smash.
not a party. That's not party instrumentation. though.
I firmly
That's
disagree.
that's final song. That's final song
True.
instrumentation.
My other song is what's I don't know the title. Only Girl in the World.
Yeah.
You wanna
Wanna
make me feel like I'm the
I'm
only girl in the
I
world.
really love them house records.
She
from-
kills them. Sells somebody else.
Do you think she'll do the Paul McCartney song and bring Paul McCartney out to
I
satisfy
love.
the
So
old
I
whites?
did think about that. I thought about that, but you can't do it without the other person on the song.
You think she'll bring?
Good point.
You can't do 4 or 5 seconds without Kanye West.
I love that.
Oh
song.
yeah, no,
Unabashedly
you're right
love that.
about
That's
that.
great. That song is.
Let
so
Does she
great.
bring Drake out?
No.
No,
Quack, 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 quack.
I
It's
don't
the
think
two of
she
the
does
biggest-
any song that is not hers, right? Unless that person's there.
All right. Running this town would
Right?
fit in that. So like,
Well, I
That's
think
what
she
I'm
would
saying.
just
That's
do
why I
the
don't
very-
think.
But I think she just does the very beginning. Because remember, think of how the song starts.
Feel it coming in
Yeah,
the
just
air.
does that part, and then it's after she hits it, the beat for
And
whatever.
then she transitions into a new song.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
yeah. Shine bright like a diamond.
Oh, yeah, she don't hit that. She definitely.
God, I
trying to
am
slow it
so
down and catch
excited.
breath.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you feel like Beyonce got all up in her zone and all up in her moment by announcing a tour the same week as Rihanna's all of her vibe with this?
No, she
halftime
does
show?
that for a different reason.
What was that reason?
One, she announced at the start of Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
2,
Grammy.
tickets went on sale the day after the Grammys.
Oh,
So
okay.
when
That
everybody
makes
saw
sense.
when everyone saw the prices, it was, hey, you're going to see the most decorated Grammy artist in history. So pay $1,200 for the ticket.
I thought she was waiting until Brock Purdy got eliminated from the playoffs.
Could have been that. Could have been
I
that.
thought she was doing it on the day that Brock Purdy was having Tommy John surgery. That would have been perfect timing.
Well, I
Yeah.
feel like that's a question worth asking to Kyle, even though this conversation has gone in an entirely different direction. This is a serious question, and I'm dead serious. Why hasn't he had surgery yet?
Just kind of exploring options, making sure that he knows exactly what he's doing and making sure that
Great.
swelling's down and all that jazz.
So
like you don't know the state of the ligament until they cut the arm open. Like you can do all the imaging and MRIs and stuff and take all the pictures, but it's a small ligament. And I talked to doctors, which makes me basically a doctor on this. The ligament is so small that you don't know the state of it and whether it's even reparable until you cut it open and actually take a look at the damaged ligament.
So there's a possibility they go in there and they're like, damn, it's worse than we thought. We got to do Tommy John right here while we already have him cut. Like we're making a decision.
Correct. He's putting his trust in Dr. Meister, who is the Rangers team doctor, the Texas Rangers team doctor, to cut his arm open and go internal brace, which is 6 months, or hybrid Tommy John reconstruction, which is 9 to 12.
Oh.
If I had to guess, I'd say it was the second one because that would be harder on the Niners franchise and their decision making. I think that's the bad luck that you will get.
Well, the first one will be harder. Him coming back
Why?
this year will be tougher because now you got a decision to make. If
No,
he's
no,
here,
sir.
You got a decision to make.
No,
Unless Lance turns into prime Steve Young, is not a decision.
No, I think Brock Purdy is QB1 going into things, but I mean it's still like you still have 2 quarterbacks there. If he's out for the year, there ain't 2 quarterbacks there. Trey Lance is starting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
No,
true.
that's
Until
facts.
Jimmy Garoppolo signed back.
Stop. Please don't put that evil on me. Oh
I've
my
been
God.
saying that. I've been saying that.
Someone check the temperature in hell because, hey, Trysta called Kyrie in Dallas. She just said Jimmy's going back.
If Jimmy Garoppolo resigns with the
what did I call?
49ers, I'm never coming on this show.
Dayball.
What was?
Dayball coach of the year.
Oh yeah, no, I did. Yeah, I was trolling you guys. I was just wanting to troll. I wasn't exactly accurate in my tweet. I'm glad you guys didn't get upset about it.
It was the right.
very upset.
It was right. It was the right call.
No, it wasn't.
No,
No, it wasn't.
no.
It was 9.
If you remove Brian Daboll from the Giants and you remove Kyle Shanahan from the Niners and put league average coaches in there, let's call him Jeff Fisher. If you put Jeff Fisher as the head coach of both of those teams, the Niners are still like probably a 9 or 10 win team. The Giants are winning like 4 games.
Yeah, they're
Correct.
probably winning 6 or 7.
One question, is this little cartoon D'Lo and Casey, is this new? This little
Yeah, we're not.
step and repeat? How you guys feeling about it?
I'm not really sure why it's in here, but it is. Like if you look over here to this side, there's some for our music station too. We don't know why they're here. Maybe they're running out of storage, but we figured
Okay.
it's in here, so let's try to utilize it. And it's just covering that office window right there.
So you don't.
I'm big Kiss.
Catalina, we don't have to see her. You know. she
Well,
doesn't have to
I
be
think there are
exposed to
people
us.
who don't understand what we do in here. So there will be very animated conversations taking place right outside that window where you almost have to go tell the person like, hey, there's 400 people watching you gyrate the way that you are over there. You might want to.
Yeah, like, hey, do you guys know we're doing a show, or do you think we're just like having a conference call?
Yeah, it's not a Zoom meeting in here. Like there are people watching.
We're doing a podcast. That's what everybody says.
Yeah, we are people.
One thing, a real quick aside, total pivot. I just wanted to say for those in the chatty house, this is a little piece of nugget that I have not said. I think maybe I've only said it one time before. But you know how like Radio Row has people with entourages? You know, they've got athletes and they've got their team PR agent, handlers, whatever. You know, Christian McCaffrey's there, blah, blah, Gronk's there. I swear to you, I swear on my mother's life, no one has a bigger entourage than Stephen A. Smith.
That tracks.
I can believe that.
Believable.
Bro, Stephen A. Smith, he was on a show I was producing one time because my boss knows him a little bit. And I call him up and I'm like, hey, Stephen, it's Kyle with 95.7. You got a few minutes? And he's like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I got a few minutes. Just really chill, right?
Yeah.
Dude, he gets on air and switch just flips. He turns into Stephen A.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. Pick up the phone after we hang up and I'm like, Stephen A., thanks so much, man. And he's like, yeah, appreciate the time. But super chill again.
That's gotten me in trouble, guys. That right there, what you're talking about, has gotten me, Trysta, in trouble. The fact that Stephen A. can do that, people are like, Trysta, you know that like that you don't have to be this way, like to your bosses. You don't have to be Trysta on camera because Stephen A. in the lunchroom isn't turned up. And so you and your personality should probably not be turned up either. And I said, I'm glad that Stephen A. has an on and off switch. I do not. I lack that. I am this way all the time.
And we
Facts.
appreciate that. You know, I was gonna say somebody else that was just like that, but I don't know
Who?
if this is the week to do that.
Why not? Now I
We had
feel
an
like
interview who somebody did the same exact thing. You know,
Oh, yeah, 88.
it was the playmaker.
88.
Mm.
He's the
Playmaker
same
was
way.
the same
Yeah,
way.
he was the same exact way.
Once the lights turned on,
I think we
he became a
recorded
playmaker.
that interview. Is that why that happened? Like we were talking for
Yeah.
a second before hitting record, and
And he was nice.
yeah,
even
he was
before,
great. Like
but
he was like,
flipped
yeah,
the
whatever you
switch like
guys need.
crazy.
And then all of a sudden, he was Michael Irvin.
He was the playmaker.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Thankfully, he
Yeah,
was only-
that broke fast.
You haven't spent any time with Michael Irvin this week, have you? Okay.
No, I have not. No.
Thank
Hey,
goodness.
has there been
I
any
have
fights
not.
on Radio Row? Remember that a couple years ago when some radio
Oh, there was some beef on Radio Row.
radio people? It was like Chicago and Philadelphia, or Chicago and Houston, or something like that.
Radio Row is literally the stupidest place in all of media. It's so
It's
dumb.
wild. But it's also like great for just trying to like meet up because it's a central hub. We're not there. We're at the Book, which is an hour away. And so when I wanted to meet with people who I haven't seen in years, it was like, okay, well, I've got to go to Radio Row because everybody is there. And you can just kind of pop in, hey, you know. But it's chaos. It's mass chaos.
Never been before. One of these days.
It's not worth
Yeah, well, you guys should do your show from there.
No,
I want to go just to watch Trevor Lawrence hawk like.
I don't know if I'd want to be there all week.
That's it, and that's it. Like Trevor Lawrence, tell us why you signed with Degree. And he, well, because it keeps me dry. No, it's because they paid you. Why are we doing this?
Tell us
No,
about what you're
I
doing
got
with this
some
company.
good interviews. I got good interviews
That's
content out of
because
it.
you're Trysta and you're a national radio host. We're D'Lo and Casey in Sacramento.
But
Now
people
we might.
would love you guys. People would love you. They would immediately jive with you.
Well,
agree with that.
I believe that. I believe
They
it.
don't even care. These athletes, they come one, come all. As long as it's anything out in the main, not the big sets, because they obviously treat the big sets like BDE, right? But outside of that, they don't know. They're not thinking about it. Their handler just says sit down, and then they just go with the vibe. They have no idea. You're with Yahoo, you're with SI, you're with 1390, you're with 95.7. Like, okay. Like, I'm gonna treat you the same. I don't think they're gonna like. I don't think there's like a some sort of caste system in the radio in the radio floor.
Wow. Well,
It's not like, oh, you're with local Sacramento radio, and I'm Gronk. Like, I'm gonna treat you like a serf. No, that's not the way it goes.
These conversations with Trysta started out at 10 minutes.
And it started out with betting.
It's better
this way, though, isn't it? Like, you guys are
way better.
We love it.
It is way.
I cancel everything else but you. I'm like, you know what? They will accept me in a hotel room in my bed, leaned up against the headboard, because the chatty house loves me for who I am.
And we've canceled every commercial break for the last hour, so we'll be back with more of D-Lo and KC here on ESPN.
Love you guys.
Love you back.
Trysta. Get well, man.
Be careful. Get some juice or something.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly,
I
get
just
some
took some
sleep.
Excedrin. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna get much today, but I might take like a 15-minute nap or something like that, and then go to the party.
Get some Theraflu.
I'll text you my party idea for the next time you come out. I thought of it.
Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, you did? Yeah, text me now.
Okay, I will.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Am I leaving too?
You absolutely don't have to stay. You could be only because you're at the office. You're clearly not at home.
Somebody got cursed out already.
I am hanging out here until like 4:00.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm getting on Bart, and Heather's picking me up, and then we're driving to Reno.
Okay, very good.
You said you're going to Reno?
Stick around.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
It's where we hang out for Super Bowl, the fam.
Jesse says we need you for Run It Back, so you're stuck here.
Where
Great.
where do you go in Reno to watch the game?
Watching the hotel room. My folks get a big like 2-bedroom suite,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's got this big like common area, and so it's like 15 or 20 friends and family go up and hang out and vibe.
Real good time.
It used to be a lot of drinking, like a lot. There's more beam lighting now. That's more the vibe.
I haven't been to Reno in a long time.
That's okay.
It's been a while. I think I might have to go this Memorial Day weekend because Reese's basketball team is probably either going to play there or LA. But I haven't been to Reno in a long time. Wow. I'm trying to think about it. The thing about Reno that I always think about that comes to mind when I'm there is like I love Las Vegas. And being in Reno reminds me that I'm not in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is like a great value Vegas. I'm upset.
Yeah. There's definitely like Vegas elements, but it's not Vegas.
Reno cool though.
I want to go to Vegas again so bad. My last Vegas experience was not good. My buddy went for his birthday and he was like, "Yeah, we have a room for you. Just get here." Great, that's sick. Have a room for you meant 6 dudes are sharing one room.
Oh, wow.
And it was my job to figure out where I was going to sleep.
Oh, man.
And so I'm half in the bag. It's 3 a.m. I call down. I'm like, "Can I get a blanket and some pillows in this room?" And the lady's like, "We're super backed up. It's going to be a while."
Jeez.
So I was like looking up how to get a room at Excalibur for few $100. I was like, this will be worth it. But
Kyle would have been at Bill's Wild Gambling Saloon.
I eventually got my blanket and pillow. Slept like a baby. It was great.
That's fantastic.
I also wound up walking around the strip because of like flight times and stuff at like 9:30 a.m. on a Sunday. That was sad.
Oh, that's
sad,
no good.
sad place.
It's crazy. They're building so much on the Vegas Strip.
Yeah.
They're building
It's really wild.
These huge hotel places. And then I think, isn't there a NBA? Well, I don't know if it's NBA, but they're building another arena down towards like Treasure Island or something like that.
Mm.
Okay, ladies, now let's get information. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I don't think I've mentioned this today, but could you hit the thumbs up while you're here? Oh yeah, we're lagging a little bit on the thumbs up, given how many
I'm
people are
gonna do
here.
it right now.
No, thank you.
I'm
Hit the
about to do
thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. If you're new to the show, we're approaching 4,000 subscribers on our little channel, about 60 away from 4,000 real people subscribing to this channel. So hit
I
the
was
subscribe button if you could.
I was the 200th like, no big deal.
Oh, I like it. You get a prize for that.
Oh, that's big time.
Yeah, you get a prize for that.
Can't wait.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Bro, the Kinder's Cali Gold barbecue sauce, by the way.
Why is that there?
Because I ate some chicken for lunch.
That looks familiar. Where do I
So
know?
you just keep a bottle of barbecue at the office.
Well, it goes in the like kitchen fridge.
Oh,
but I bought this specifically to go with the chicken.
Got you.
It's dry ass Safeway chicken.
Hey, in the chat, Cody Rice, he said he's going to be at the game tonight. Michigan Wolverines also said he's going to be at the game tonight. Ooh, it's going down.
Oh, Cody's got the Ohio State logo. Oh, I like it. Meet up at section 04, section 05, baby. Let's go.
It's going down.
Oh, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I missed this. Are you in Reno all weekend?
I'll leave Sunday after the game.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Yeah, so we'll get in sometime late tonight and hang out all day tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's when we really get after it. And then Sunday, hang out until the game, and then game's over and drive home.
Good stuff.
Can't wait.
Stuff. Good stuff. Apparently it is. How much longer is it? Oh, okay. All right. We're coming back here in like 10 seconds now. Okay. Kyle Madson, kind enough to hang out with us for a few more minutes, live from his studios at 95.7 The Game, or live from his closet at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Of course, Kyle does great work over at NinersWire.com and the Candlestick Chronicles with our man, Chris Biederman. The only 49ers question I really had was about Brock Purdy. I guess that makes sense. It seems like no matter how many options he get, what happens moving forward is still to be determined once he's actually under the knife.
Yeah, he has a surgery February 22nd, and I'm guessing at some point on February 22nd, we'll get that Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport tweet that's like, Brock Purdy underwent successful surgery today. It was a repair or reconstruction, and he's expected to be back by X.
It's already in Schefter's drafts.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. He has two versions ready to go.
Yeah. I wonder how many tweets he has in his drafts.
I always wonder that, especially on like free agency day where they all know the deals. Like, do you prioritize where you put them in your drafts? Like, because we only beat Shams to the Malik Monk news because he didn't have Malik Monk high enough in his draft folder.
We got scroll.
Yeah, he had to scroll. He's too. Oh, well, he was just hitting send. I had to hit send once, and we were NBA insiders for a day.
It's great work by you, man.
Thank you. We're very proud of ourselves for that. It's certainly a big day.
Hey, I got a 49ers question though.
Okay.
You asked me this earlier in the week, and 49ers they've been out there Super Bowl weekend. I guess because of honors or whatever, but they've been out there, interviews all over the place. Rich Eisen and the Ringer and all this other stuff, and we've heard a couple of different times from the 49ers what sounds like sour grapes to some people, right? Like they're like, man, we weren't really impressed by, the Eagles. We had some stuff dialed up. And Damian asked me earlier, it's like, do they need to stop that? Are they sounding a little whiny? They lost the game, and it wasn't particularly close, regardless of what the reasoning was for that. They lost the game. What you think? Have you heard the same thing? Like you got the same feeling? Like, yo, you guys kind of keep referencing this. Like, just let it go a little bit.
Yeah, I was a little bit stuck in the middle because I understand they're on Radio Row and they're getting asked these questions and people are going to tweet out their quotes. But my issue has been not that they're answering the question, but it's the way, like, you can say that's a really good team. We felt we lost both of our quarterbacks and felt like we didn't get to give them our best shot. Hope to see them in that spot next year and da-da-da-da. Like, you can say all that without being like, we would have smoked them. It's like, of course, that's what a team is going to say. That's what every team is going to say. But yeah, it's gone on for so long. The breaking point for me was Robbie Gould talking smack.
Okay, yeah. It's
like Robbie Gould telling me how to defend Jalen Hurts. Like, that's ridiculous. It's just, it's like, let it go. It's been almost 2 weeks. Yeah. Just say, they kicked our ass and hopefully, we'll be better next year. I don't.
My theory to that was, I think there's a added element to it because the feeling of they were robbed of an opportunity. Like if they would have just lost the game, I think it would have been easier for everybody to digest. Like, hey man, we lost. Brock was in there. He threw for 220 yards and 2 picks and a touchdown, and they're just a better team, man. There's nothing we could do about it. But there's a feeling of we never even got an opportunity to see what it looked like. And they probably feel like they were robbed, not by any, like it's nobody's fault, just robbed of the opportunity to really go up there. And that's probably why they're still a little bitter by that.
And I think you can say that. I think you can couch it like that. Like you can say, not robbed in the game. They lost 31-7. Like they got smoked.
Just the situation.
Right. They didn't get to give their best shot. Or they didn't feel they got to give their best shot. And that happens sometimes. That's why the fact that we're still here on Friday, February 10th, and it's still like, oh yeah, we had some stuff dialed up. We would have won by 2 touchdowns. Like, oh my God, like stop. Like that's too far. That's a really good team. So
Kyle Madson, big Kings guy, tweeted something along the lines of yesterday, I believe the Kings are going to make the playoffs. If they don't, something far more catastrophic happened than Mason Plumlee not signing there. Now, I don't know why Mason Plumlee has become the new Scotty Barnes.
We've been jumping Mason Plumlee.
I don't know why Mason Plumlee's name keeps getting mentioned.
He's an avatar for the type of player they were going to add. Like a nice little player, but I just picked one because I don't want to list 7 dudes.
No, I got you. And we're doing the same thing, but it's always Mason Plumlee. I also think like it's Mason. Like Mason is just a really easy name to throw. Mason Plumlee.
Mason. And it's a Plumlee. There's 9 of them.
It's a Plumlee.
How would you say it like that?
Mason Plumlee?
There you go.
Hey, cut that. That's a great drop.
Which I'm with you. I'm 100% with you in that sentiment. And I think one thing that made Kings fans nervous was how teams around them moved. How do you think the Golden State Warriors moved? Because I'm on the outside looking in. That's a team I'm always nervous about. You're a little closer. What do you think?
I'm glad that they just punted on James Wiseman because I don't think the developmental track was there. And I think we're going to wind up saying the same thing about Trey Lance. But I don't think the developmental track was there for him to succeed in Golden State. Like, he needs to play and a lot. And a situation where he's playing a lot right now probably means you're not translating that to wins. And the Warriors aren't in line over the next, 2-3 years to be in a spot where it's like, yeah, go play. And it's okay if we only win 20 games. And it was going to cost him a lot of money and probably handcuff him in different ways. So just punt. Like, it was not a good pick. He may or may not be good at basketball. I don't know. But they get a guy back in Gary Payton II who they know how he fits. They're not going to need a 6-week feeling out period with him figuring out the offense and the defense. They've needed, I think every team kind of needs a defender like him that if you're in a final series and he gets switched on to Jason Tatum, you don't hate it. Like, you don't want it the whole game. You don't want that matchup. But if it happens, you're not freaking out. And he understands the offense. He's good in the dunker spot. He can stand outside and hit a corner 3. He understands how to play off a Steph, which is a big deal. So I'm there for the addition. he's going to play when Wiseman wasn't. So I don't think they're like I wouldn't bet on them to win the finals, but if they were going to win it, I like their chances now more than I did yesterday or 2 days ago.
Kyle, we appreciate you always being very gracious with your time. It just dawned on me. I don't know where James has been here for 3 hours. I have no clue where he is.
Hey, is James doing okay? He seemed upset yesterday. My man was shook.
My grandmother would say he was cross as two sticks.
James is okay. He wasn't happy. We'll see how James is. I believe he's here somewhere. He brought Taco Bell for everyone. Like he's here. We'll get James Ham in the building. We'll talk about the Kings. We'll talk about De'Aaron Fox making the All-Star team, and we'll talk about the game tonight against the Mavericks. And we'll do that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, for sure. I tuned in for a little bit, and James just seemed.
James was not. And were you? Did you tune in when Matt was here too?
I watched a little bit of the Matt James.
It was two very different dynamics.
I know.
It was marvelous. It was just marvelous.
Yeah,
absolutely terrific.
Yeah, I just like. I don't know. I think a lot of I understand like why people wanted the Kings to make a move, but they're good, man. They're. I just think that. I don't know. I just think they're in a really good spot. Like they're probably a little bit ahead of schedule. Mason Plumlee wasn't getting into the finals.
Yeah, I think they're good too. I think a lot of people are having trouble admitting that they're good.
Yes.
And when I say, I mean, a lot of people who cover the league, I think, are having trouble admitting they're good. But I also think a lot of Kings fans haven't resigned themselves to the fact that the team is pretty good.
Yeah,
they're not perfect, but they're good, and they have some growing to do. That they could do in the off season. But right now, this team's pretty good. And this is a huge weekend. So got Dallas tonight and tomorrow.
No Luka too. Is Luka out for both?
So for like an hour, Luka was in tonight, and then like an hour later, Luka was out tonight. So Luka says he hopes to go tomorrow. So I guess we'll see. We thought we were getting Kyrie and Luka tonight, and then Luka said no, and so I guess it's tomorrow, or he hopes it's tomorrow. It might not even be tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Luka ducking Kevin Huerter. Typical.
Yeah. I mean, I would too. It's a bad man. It's a bad man.
Yeah. Awesome, man.
All right, man. Well, have fun in Reno.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's a good time.
Are you excited for
me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are you really? Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Super Bowl is like a holiday, man. I'm gonna get amped regardless of what the Niners did.
Oh, good.
And it's just a fascinating matchup.
I don't think I get excited for it anymore. What's up, Hammer? That's all right. Yeah, I don't think I get excited about it anymore. I'm excited for halftime. I mean, I'll watch it. I'll watch it for sure. I'm just not.
My big prediction for the game was people who like Rihanna and pop music are going to like the halftime show, and people who don't are going to hate the halftime show.
Oh yeah, that's solid.
Write that down.
Who you got winning, Kyle? If you didn't already say it.
So I picked before the year on the Blue Wire Twitter account. They asked for predictions, and I picked the Chiefs to beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. And that was on September 8th. And I feel like I have to stick with that now. So
you definitely do.
There's
literally no reason to leave that.
Yeah. The Chiefs, here's the thing that I think the Chiefs' offensive line is better than I think it's getting credit for. Like the Eagles' defensive line is awesome. The Eagles are really freaking good. But I don't think the Eagles are going to dominate the line of scrimmage the way they did against San Francisco.
I think this is something you can't really measure, but I think Pat and Andy, I don't think they're losing another Super Bowl like they did last time. Like I think it's a different team. They got some different dynamics, but I just think they're here again. I think they're going to cash in this time.
Yeah, I think so too. I think.
Kyle, we're going to need you to get closer to your camera.
I never know when I'm on my computer because I feel like back here, I feel like my computer's so far away from me.
That's actually a perfect frame right there.
Well, if you're
It's
Vlade
perfect.
Divac, you would have all the trades on that board behind you.
No, that's March through June of last year. I had big plans. I had big plans of utilizing this. Didn't work.
You had a better deal 2 days ago. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Damian, don't say anything. You're gonna get suspended.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Too soon?
Way too soon. Too
My
soon.
bad, dog.
Ever is too soon.
Ever.
My bad. All right. Understood. All right.
All right, man. Have a good trip. Give Heather my love. Talk to you later.
See you guys.
Man. Kyle's very nice for staying on for like 40 minutes because Trysta just keeps rolling.
Oh.
Trista's hits. This is a shoot. Her hits used to be 10 minutes. Then they became like 20. They started to stretch to 30, and now they're 40. They're up to the point where we literally can't skip another commercial break.
It's like when you're talking to your mom on the phone. All right, Mom,
Okay,
I gotta go.
But no, the great
gotta
part
go.
about Trysta is just gold. James, do you know the song that's playing right now?
You know this, James. Stop playing.
I don't know.
You know this one. Stop playing with us, man.
See, different cultures.
I might have to Shazam it. I don't know.
You know this that one by Will Smith. You know it.
Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it.
Nope.
Hey, can I ask James a question before we really dive into
James is here. Like James has been here for like 3 hours. So
he fed us. Well, fed me. This is like completely random, but do you know where that picture is and where it's from with Vlade with the guns?
Vlade with the guns.
You never seen that? Vlade with the shot. He's like getting out of a SUV, a black SUV, and it looks like a mobster type picture.
Are you
and
sure
every
it's not
time Vlade
Photoshop?
does something, like was going to work, one of the King's Herald guys put it out there, and he's walking. It looks like he's in like a movie, and they're about to like, all right, let's go execute this guy. And I'm like, yo, where is this picture
Oh, I
from?
see it. I see it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Do you happen to know where this picture is from?
It looks like it's a Super Bowl party. Like if you look in the
What kind
back,
of party is that?
I don't know. If you look at the back, there's like a big banner or a TV or something. Like what is happening?
But I saw it. I don't know why he was up hanging around like on my Twitter timeline yesterday, but he was. And that picture always comes up when something goes on with Vlade.
it appears.
I don't think it's real, but I'm just saying, like, was it
No,
in a movie or
it
like,
is real.
Those guns were real with
It
him dressed like that, dressed like a mobster.
Oh, that looks like.
Wait, what do you? Maybe we're looking at two different pictures. Then.
There are two different pictures. There's one of him getting out of a car.
That's the one I. That's the
With
one
like
I'm
the black
looking at.
SUV and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another of him at a party. Does Vlade Divac really like guns? This is intriguing.
I don't know.
What is
I
happening?
always wondered, like, what kind of picture is this? Where'd they get it from?
It appears to be some sort of.
It looks like a movie.
This doesn't look like a movie.
It does. It looks like a movie scene.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. John Bull just tagged like all of the so we could see all of the pictures.
It kind of looks like Old Town Sac. Am I crazy?
That absolutely looks like old
It
Sacramento.
looks like he's about to. Him and his crew are about to jam
Well,
somebody.
What is happening?
Streets too wide. Can't you just call Vlade and ask him?
I could text Vlade right now and say,
"Hey, what is this?
Why are there pictures of you holding shotguns all over?"
I've seen those pictures before, but
Now, actually, so now I see the other one that you're talking about. This looks like the same event.
Yeah,
It's the same thing. The one with him getting out the truck, that's just him. That's the beginning. And then he went and shot a gun off into the air.
Someone, like he celebrates.
I love when you
Christmas.
always do stuff like, "Hey, real quick, I want to ask James a question."
Well, I
and
thought-
you derail
I
the
thought I
whole
was the only
hour.
one who
8
didn't-
minutes later.
I
trying
thought
to
I was
figure
the
out
only
what
one who
the
didn't know where this came from. I knew James would have known, but I guess
I feel like Jill has to know. Jill knows
I'm
everything.
sure Jill knows.
You know, the best part about Vlade is you can't tell if he's 23 or 47 or like 52 in that picture. You just can't tell. You have no idea how old he is.
Yeah, this was right after the Western Conference Finals that he fired that out, right?
Gee.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Anything else you want to ask Cam before we?
Not that I could think of.
How are
right
you
now.
feeling today, James?
Oh,
You got to talk to Monty
Yeah,
today.
how'd
You
that
talked
go?
to De'Aaron today. But,
Okay,
By the way, just hey, real quick, you posted a video.
My bad. I forgot to tell you to bleep.
No, that's fine. we got hip to it in the chat, so we watched it during a commercial break. But we laughed when he said, "Oh crap." So what did he spoil? Kevin Huerter is going to the 3-point contest.
They acted like no, they have no idea afterwards. They're like, De'Aaron's like,
oh, they sold. Okay.
Oh, like I'm not sure. You know.
Oh,
like,
they know sold it. All right.
Yeah. So
all right.
I'm gonna guess yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, he said it way too confidently. He said it because when he responded to you, he was like, "Oh crap, I'm in trouble."
Well,
like I
clearly he goes,
said
"Well,
that.
we're gonna have 4 guys there," and I'm like, "Who's the 4th?" And he just kind of looks at me and is like, "Well, Kevin at
yeah.
the 3-point shootout." Like,
It was a great exchange, and
is
I'm
that
really
confirmed?
I'm really sorry we can't play it on the radio because
Yeah.
of De'Aaron's response, but it was a great exchange.
It was fun.
And-
He was excited. I think that's like today, like the biggest takeaway is like,
I don't think he was.
He
Ex-
was
for
trying to
him.
act like he wasn't excited, but he was because he didn't.
he did not look excited.
Oh no, he's super. I mean,
He looked excited for Kevin Huerter, but he didn't look excited for himself
at
at
the
all.
same time, like he's always said, like, look, like if we're good, I'll get an invite. That's the way it goes. If I'm the best player on our team and like we're good, then I'll get invited to the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said today, he's like, yeah, you know, I probably should have made it before. You're like, whoa, like, okay, you
Mhm.
should have made it before.
Yeah.
And then Chris Tavares even said, did you mean like last week when it was announced, or do you mean before? He goes, both.
Yeah, he was spicy.
He's like,
He
yeah,
was spicy for sure.
He is spicy. I like it, you know, and you know, you can just see them there with like a baby Bjorn and like little earmuffs on the baby, and like they're gonna make a family trip out of it. They're excited. I don't believe him when he kind of downplays it. No, he's excited. He didn't want to get his hopes up. He didn't think he was going to get there. He was, you know, being self-deprecating and like probably his own harshest critic. And then when the news came today, it's a great day for Sacramento. It's a great day for the Kings.
I felt so bad for him when he didn't make the team initially. I felt bad because I've said this a number of times. He worked his ass off this offseason. Not to say that maybe he didn't other times, but he sacrificed. He worked his butt off this offseason, and he prepared himself probably like no other season before. And he ended up getting the results, not only personally, but team-wise. He had done everything that he was supposed to do and needed to do. And he was in there. And I no disrespect to Triple J, but for him to get robbed like that from a guy like Triple J, the type of season that he's having, I felt really bad for De'Aaron. So I'm glad it all worked out for him because he absolutely deserved this.
I totally agree. Like the way that the Kings have played for someone like, and this isn't like a total knock on Jaren Jackson Jr. I mean, he's a very, very good defensive player. He might win Defensive Player of the Year, but like one player has kind of been in line for it. Fox has been in line, and you keep telling him like, hey, you're not making the team because your team's not good enough. And so to move the goalposts on him, to me, that was unfair. It was full on Charlie Brown and Lucy. They just pulled the football right out from underneath him, and he goes flying through the air. He didn't have time, though, to even worry about it. It was the day that his wife went into labor, and, you know, they had other things cooking. And he really didn't even have time to have that moment. So I think it's cool. Like, you know, he's like, of course, the little guy won't be able to like really remember any of this, but it's something we can go back later and kind of share as a family. And, you know, he'll get to see that he was there for All-Star Weekend, and, you know, his dad made it, and his dad was cool, like got to go to something cool like this. So I'm excited for him.
Certainly a life-changing year for him. on many different aspects. Or life-changing season. Obviously, it's a new year, but a life-changing season for De'Aaron Fox for many different reasons.
Yeah.
Monte McNair
real quick
spoke today.
Real quick.
You called for it. Jill adds, that picture is from Serbian Christmas. There's a whole YouTube video of them shooting into the air in celebration. Damn, she knows everything.
Where? In Serbia?
It
Because
that
you
looked
can
like an old
celebrate
sack, I guess.
Serbian Christmas wherever you want. But you're not allowed to just run
That's
around Old
true.
Sack shooting guns in the air.
That's true. I don't know. Jill just has the answers. I just report them.
All right.
Monte McNair spoke today.
Yes, he did.
There's actually there's a number of things that stood out for me that we could talk about. But what stood out for you talking to him?
I think, okay, so he was asked, was it by my friend Brendan Nunes, about how he's changed over the course of his 2+ years. It may not have been Brendan, but I think it was. And I think that's what stood out. He said, I'm just way more comfortable talking to the media. And I agree. He was not a robot today. He didn't really answer the question of why. I mean, I guess he did, but why he didn't go out and do anything at the trade deadline. He wants to give this team more time to grow together. That's fine and all, but 5 of these guys are free agents at the end of the season. It's not like you had to worry about that. Some of these guys, maybe some of them will be back. Maybe some of them won't. But overall, I didn't think he was horribly defensive. He kind of stood by his line that he wants to give this team as much room to grow. And that was it. There were some deals that they looked at, nothing really worked out. And, we're going to ride with this group down the stretch. He didn't also commit to the buyout market or anything else. He basically said, hey, if there's something out there that makes us better and we're able to land something, that's fine. But as of right now, we're going to roll with what we got.
I think me and Damian both got a sense of confidence that he has in this team. They were looking to make deals and things of that nature, but it really came off like he said, he didn't say this, but it felt like we have enough here. We have enough with this roster to get it done. I think it was your question when he asked, answered about the defensive statistics and how the team, do they have enough defensively and things of that nature. And I got a confident vibe from Monte McNair, not a vibe of, man, we struck out trying to make deals. It was, hey, we made some calls, but I really like the group that we have, regardless of what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you supposed to say the day after you don't do anything at the trade deadline? I mean, you're supposed to say, man, I blew it. I had 7 other deals on the table. I had a better deal 2 days ago.
Oh, boy.
No, that's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, yeah, let's go.
But I
Let's ride
also
with these
think you
guys.
can't hide certain things. And the number one thing that stood out for me when we aired that press conference today was he came across as very confident. He did not come across like he was unsure about the way the trade deadline went, frustrated with how the trade deadline went, or anything along those lines. He spoke about this team in my interpretation. He spoke about this team with a lot of confidence. And that was my biggest takeaway from Monte McNair today.
Yeah, I mean, he did speak about the team with confidence. And that's what you're supposed to do when your team's the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. Even the question that I asked him late, De'Aaron Fox making the All-Star team is the biggest validation for him as a general manager ever. You made one of the biggest swings you could possibly make. You took a young guy who just made the All-Star team, and by making that move, you turned it into 2 All-Stars.
You might have turned it into 3.
Yeah.
To be honest, if you count Tyrese, because I don't know that Tyrese would have been an All-Star here. By going through with that trade, you might have turned 3 of them into All-Stars.
No, it's very true. And it's not that I think that Fox and Halliburton couldn't have coexisted or couldn't have come to some consensus. It's that you could never have maximized them. And by making this move, he maximized what you're saying, Tyrese, but he also maximized Fox and Sabonis. And Sabonis is whether he was going to be an All-Star a bunch of times after his run in Indiana? We have no idea, but he is now. He's going to be an all-star multiple years here in Sacramento. And as long as he stays healthy and everything goes well, he's going to be a multi-time all-star here as well. And it's because you have Fox that helps him maximize his talents, and he helps maximize Fox. And then these two are really easy to build the pieces around. Like, go get me shooters, go get me lengthy shooters. Now you know what really works. Now go get different versions of some of these players that might have better length, might have better defensive acumen. Like, go get some of the other pieces. That's fine. But you can see a very easy picture where these guys are simple to put other pieces around. And he literally turned De'Aaron Fox into an all-star by getting a player that maximizes him. And I think it's something that, like, he won't admit is like a huge win for him. It's a huge win for him. Like, I can disagree with some of the things he does and some of the ways that he goes about adding pieces or doesn't add pieces at the deadline. But, like, the dude deserves his extension no matter what, because he just got you 2 all-stars and he's got your team 3rd in the Western Conference. I mean, that's impressive. He has you 8 games over 500, regardless of what you are in the standings. He has your team 8 games over 500 and primed to break a 16-year playoff drought.
Do you know, let's go back a year or so ago, because I want to give Monty all his flowers right now. Do you know if the deal to trade Tyrese for Sabonis was his baby, so to speak? Like, he's the one that said, I want to do this, and then went around convincing people that this is what we should do? Or did he have to be convinced by someone? Do you know how that story went?
It's a good question. I will tell you this, that there had to be conversations with Vivek to make sure that it was communicated, like, this is what we're doing, right? Like, he had to convince Vivek that trading Tyrese Halliburton was the right thing.
Right.
And at the end of the day, that's one thing that I really like about Monty. Like, I've had conversations with him, like plenty of conversations with him over the last couple of years that he's been here, but, like, he wins battles behind the scenes. Like, he talks to Vivek Ranadive almost every single day, and he is convincing enough in that setting to keep the Kings on course, where I feel like in past situations that was not the case, where other people weren't able to convince somebody to choose the right path. And, we saw it with Mike Brown. We saw it with the Sabonis trade. Like, we keep seeing this perfect path that Monty is kind of like set forth for the Kings. And you hope that he continues to build on that. But, like, you got a guy that can convince the boss of the right path to go. And in Sacramento, that's huge, because that has not been the case multiple times where things go sideways, and it's not one person's fault, regardless of how much we heap, sort of criticism on Vivek Ranadive. None of those decisions were made on his own. There's always somebody in Sacramento sneaking around, like, whispering in people's ears. And I'm not saying one person. I'm not pointing a finger at someone in the organization now, but in the past, there's always somebody. It doesn't matter who it is. There's always somebody. And I feel like, for one of the few times, you got someone who's whispering in his ear that has the right motivation, the right moral compass for success.
And these wins, so to speak, of, the trade and the draft picks and the coaching decision and free agency, that's all just building equity in his relationship with Vivek or whatever. Like, it could be, it may not have to be much more convincing anymore, right? Like, Vivek may look at it where, this guy, last 4 times he's had to convince me of something, and he's been right. Monty, you ain't even got to tell me, man. You just, if that's what you feel, I'm riding with you. You may have built that type of equity up with this run that he's been on.
Vivek is never going to be someone that doesn't want to know all the details. No matter what, you're going to have to share with him everything. You're going to have to lay it out for him. That's who he is. It's how he thinks. You're going to have to sell whatever it is you're doing to him. And that's okay. I mean, everyone's different. We all, like, in life. We've all had bosses. We all have to figure out how to work with each individual bosses. You know, like even for me, I've said this multiple times, like every time the Kings switch head coaches, which has been 9 times in my 13 years, like it's like starting a new job where you've got to figure out ways to build relationships and what a coach likes and doesn't like, and you know, how they manage. Like I talk to players and media members today. I've never been through anything like this. Like the Kings just played, what was it, 5 games in 7 nights, flew home and had practice yesterday.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen this. Like we have shoot around every single home game without fail, unless it's the second night of a back-to-back, we don't have a shoot around that morning. Every other game we have shoot around. Like this team practices more than, like probably at this point in the season, 12 to 15 more practices than any team I've ever covered. I mean, it's like exhausting for the players. It's exhausting for media to be there we're there all the time with this team. So, you know, it's an interesting vibe that they have going, but it's good.
You think and I think you posted a video yesterday. They were a little lively at practice. Do you think that's just the post-trade deadline exhale from a lot of those guys?
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. Again, like I've seen so many players that just like,
it's tough. Like we don't really talk about that aspect of it. Like, you know, you had the video of Kessler yesterday. Like it's a grown man. It's a 22-year-old young man who just got shipped from Brooklyn to Sacramento. And it's like, oh God. And he's smiling and you know, he's doing all the things, but it's like, God, it has to be so tough for these guys.
He got drafted to a team last year or traded to a team after draft, however he got to Brooklyn. You know, he's a 2nd-round pick. He joined a team with like Kyrie Irving and KD and, you know, Joe Harris and like a James Harden, like a really, really good team. And it's all blown up. Like, I don't even know what's going through his head. Talk about, you know, how many, I mean, Davion Mitchell's had 3 head coaches. Like, that's one thing, but at least you're still in the same place. At least you still have, you know, some of the same people around you, the same players. You know,
he's had multiple he's had 3 head coaches now too.
Yeah.
Right.
This season. He's had 3 head coaches this season.
He done seen it all in the NBA.
Yeah, it's wild. Like some of the situations that these young guys get put in, it's just horrible. Like I've seen it time and time again, especially here in Sacramento. Like it's just like you break the spirit of some of these kids. You make them lose their way because you don't have the structure and stability in place to support them. And it's tough, you know? So
we're talking about that with the Rockets and even we use the example of James Wiseman today. Like, how is James Wiseman? If you believe James Wiseman has game, how is he going to get better in Detroit? We were talking about Jabari Smith, you know, how are those guys going to get better in Houston? Like it's tough. We look at it. Oh, like Paolo, you got free reign to do all this stuff. Like, great. But like, then what? Like, how are you going to get better? And I think Paolo and Orlando situation is a little bit different than Houston and Detroit. I feel bad for those young guys there because I don't know. I feel like they're going to wind up being those players that get lost, can't develop, and then just get moved around.
I totally agree. I mean, like how many 1st-round picks have I watched just bust out in Sacramento? Like Sacramento.
Too many.
It's really sad for a lot of it's not just the young guys get raked over the coals. The older guys, this is their last NBA stop. Like, will Alex Len get another job after this? I don't know. But I can tell you that Kosta Koufos was like known around the league as an NBA good guy. Still, he was like 30, couldn't get another job. I mean, he's playing right now in England, like 33 years old, couldn't get a job after his contract here for no reason. But how many guys can I tell you like left here and never got another NBA job? Oh, it's a stack. So that's one of the things, the cultural things you have to change. You have to change the development of young players and how they're viewed and the stability and support that you put around them. And then you have to change where you're not like a place that people fear going. And, you know, it's going to take a lot. It's not just one good season of play, you know.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham, and we'll prepare for the Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks, that 2-game series. Really, we'll look at these next 3 games because you got the Mavericks, and you got Phoenix. This is a big stretch here for Sacramento. So we'll talk with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Good. I hate to do this. Let me take this call real quick.
BC, I can multitask. And Shill, Costa Kufis didn't suck. He's an old school big man, but that's a really, really solid veteran player that could have helped teams. And maybe the game has kind of left him, gone away. That style of big, but still like good defender, good in the pick and roll, great rebounder per minute.
Would always do something that you remembered. Costa.
Did I give you the? I'm gonna send you a text right now. This is not for air, but it's.
Don't worry, everybody. I'll read it.
It's literally the funniest thing. Well, I'll just send it to you, and then you can just ask me. That's my little dude.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I was just, hey Kenny, come here for a sec.
Oh, yeah, the little guy looks exactly like you.
Oh, he does. This is my little dude at Soccer Pictures.
Goodness gracious!
He does look like just like a little.
He looks exactly like a little ham.
Oh my gosh.
A little ham.
Yeah. I guess my oldest played a part in that, like saying, "Hey, why don't you?"
Not
do this?
surprising. Not
Youngest,
surprising
I'm
at
in.
all.
And then I like click on the website with everyone's pictures, and then there it is. I'm like, oh Jesus, this better not make the yearbook.
So all the parents can see
those
it.
are the school pictures, school soccer team pictures.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Look at we were talking about cream earlier. Like, look at this joint right here. That's what they do. That's at section 105. That's how it works. But then look at that.
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
I'm
where's
getting some
this?
of that.
This is at section 105 tonight at the game.
I'm getting some of that. Yeah.
Oh, what is that?
chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay, so
well, wait till you see what it looks like. Wait till you see the finished product, then you see what the ice cream looks like.
Wait, and it's a machine?
Yep.
What the?
Yep.
Wow. Are they just at the Kings game? Do they have a location?
You know, we need to get a distributorship and then put those at high schools.
Oh, we eating at that point, literally and figuratively. Oh,
Mike.
The Eagle
I
has
don't know if Mike
landed.
got some plant-based food. Oh, they got Oreos.
Oh, let's
M&Ms.
go. Let's go.
I don't know if Mike's
That's what I need tonight.
I don't know if Mike's got any plant-based ice cream for me, but if he do, Mike,
We'll figure it out.
You getting my money tonight, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all over that Oreo joint. Believe that. Believe that.
I might pop in there before I even go downstairs.
Believe that. Jesse, allegedly reporting, it's been reported that the PBC sent back a new revised contract that would allow Golden Boy to be the main, or DAZN to be the main promoter for the rematch. So that hurdle seems to be cleared.
That's good. The fight needs to happen.
It needs to happen. To be honest with you, they need to figure this out like now, because if they do, in the next like 24 hours, they could have commercials run during the Super Bowl. That's big time.
Yeah, I don't think there's a bigger fight out there right now. You can make
No, it's the biggest fight in boxing.
even with the UFC. I think it's like the biggest fight, like as far as all the combat
biggest
sports.
fight in combat sports. James, what's your thoughts?
Jam.
What's your thoughts on Tank versus Ryan Garcia?
I have no idea who any of these people are.
Jam.
I got stuck between James and Ham, so I called him Jam.
Whoa, Jam.
Jam.
You're not the only one who has said that like that.
Jam. Daddy jam for me. Guess what happened to me today?
You got free Taco Bell?
I did get free Taco Bell. Shout out to my man. My man Jam. Big ups to him. It was a little nostalgic today. As I woke up this morning, I left the TV on last night. I woke up this morning too. Good old Charmed. Good old Charmed.
That's really strange that that's here.
They still, well, that's the whole thing.
That's the show. That's the
You watch
TNT show.
TNT basketball and
Yeah.
you leave it on that channel and you wake up and Charmed is on. Shout out to my girl, Alyssa Milano. I always loved Alyssa Milano.
Me too.
That's my girl.
Yeah, that's like when you're my age, that's your dream girl.
Yeah.
Who's the boss?
Melissa
Yeah, who's
Milano
the
was Roll
boss? That's
Tide.
right. That's right.
Roll Tide.
Alyssa Milano and what's her name? Jennifer Love Hewitt. I used to like her too.
Live on the Odyssey app, getting you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks. Getting you ready for your weekend. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons. If you're on the Odyssey app, make sure you hit the heart button in the upper right-hand corner. Save us as your favorite radio station, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. James, before we move on to tonight's game, which I think will be pretty interesting, Luka Doncic not playing, despite what Shams reported earlier today. Luka not going tonight, said he hopes to go
that tweet,
tomorrow. Well, I would too. It was wrong. Yeah, had everybody ready to see Luka and Kyrie. We thought it was happening here in Sacramento. Now maybe it does tomorrow, but it's not happening tonight. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. I think I know how you feel, but we talked about it so much. I do want to ask you the question kind of plainly. We talked about the Harrison Barnes dilemma all last offseason leading to this season. And even for a few minutes, we spoke about, okay, we're living it. What would you do? And now that the trade deadline is passed, Harrison Barnes will be here for the remainder of the season. We have no idea what's ahead. Are you good with that decision?
I mean, you had to be. When they started winning, you had to be. I mean, it is what it is. Like I told you guys for this, like it is a good situation, but it's also a worst case scenario for this team because you're now risking losing a very valuable player who will, go on to make a lot more money in the league for the next 4 or 5 years. And you don't know if you're going to be able to retain him or not. And you also don't know if you can replace his spot in the rotation next year. And it's something that like I looked at the trade deadline, even if you didn't trade him, but if you would have found someone else that you could at least had some idea that might be able to help you out in case you go into this offseason and you have like literally zero small forward, that would be a problem. And I think it's something that the Kings are going to have to deal with. They're going to have to deal with it quickly. It's not like this team is not going to be in the top 5 or the top 10. They're probably going to have a draft pick between like number 15 and number 25. So that's not where you find starting small forwards. You can find one 2 years from now or 3 years from now, but that's not typically where you find guys that just instantly step onto the court and are ready to help you out. And I guess you could go like double up on Murray's and go grab the other one. And like
that's the only thing better than one Murray's.
Yeah,
I'd be
two Murray's.
confused.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be tough. They literally look exactly the same.
They're identical.
There's
Identical.
sometimes with identical twins, there's distinctions that you get. They could fool everybody.
Everyone all the time.
Are they're the same grade, right? Keegan just left early.
Yeah. They're just at a different point in their development. And like it kind of looks like Iowa, they only allow one player to be good per season. That's kind of like their the way they handle things. Like, okay, this guy is our superstar this year, go.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was Keegan last year, and Chris has been really good, but he's still going to be around. If he does enter this year's draft, which I pretty much guarantee he will, he's going to be right in that range, 15 to 20. And so, like, I don't know, you're going to have other options and stuff, but and the Kings will have cap space, but how many times have the Kings ever been able to go out and get somebody and I'll keep saying it, like Vlade Divac is the best free agent the Kings have ever signed. And like the Kings have never successfully gone out and got a player like in his prime or at that age as good as Harrison Barnes is.
Harrison Barnes isn't going anywhere.
I hope not.
I don't think so.
Like at least if you can get him for like a 3-year deal, like I've said, like a 3-year 45 or 3-year 48 million, where it's a declining scale. So 17, 16, 15 or 16, 15, 14. That to me makes a lot of sense, but he's also got to want to be here and everything else. You need this situation to be good the rest of the season and to play out like continue the Cinderella story.
Yeah.
You know,
Two,
go ahead.
2-year with a player option. You know, is that something?
Yeah. I mean, he is 30. He'll be 31 next season. So like you always have to be cautious. You just never know. Every player's different when they start to break down. And
Phil, I feel like you do a 3+1. Because if you do a 2+1, you essentially have to make another decision, like almost immediately.
Yeah, yeah. I would think that like even you could probably do a team option for year 3 or something, but I don't know. Like that seems like he's still a really good NBA player.
He is.
You know, and like people want to we had the situation early in the season where it looked like he was
dead.
Done.
It looked like he was dead.
Yeah, but for like 5 games, and then after that, he's been really good.
And then he looked like Michael Jordan.
Now,
whose game is it?
It's Harrison's, but that was an actual tweet by Damian
Barnes. You still have that issue though, that even though you can like Harrison Barnes and you want Harrison Barnes back and everything else, you still need more length and athleticism at the 3 and the 4. You still need a shot blocker at that position. Because Sabonis is who Sabonis is. Sabonis can't make his arms grow like 4 inches. He just can't. And so he's not going to be a great shot blocker. He can be a decent rim protector as far as keeping guys away, but you need more length and athleticism at the 3 and the 4.
Well, like Mason Plumlee could be let's say something nice about Mason Plumlee. That could be a target this offseason. Like he's only under contract for a few months.
Yeah, but he's more of a 5. So like that could be your reserve 5, you know, but the other positions you need, even like Keegan has decent length and decent athleticism, but he's not like what we're seeing from some of these guys that are out there.
Well, and I don't want to make like it can't be solved, but then that that's a bit of a problem in itself. Maybe not a problem. But this is what I talk about when you talk about trading for somebody. Because the shortcomings of Sabonis are 100% correct, but who's coming off the floor? Like it's almost like you're locked into Keegan and Sabonis. That's what you're gonna have to do, and I think maybe you get better with perimeter defense and you do gang rebounding and things of that nature. But it's not like you have like last year when Trey Lyles was playing and he was the starting 4. It's like, well, you can get better at that spot. Like you can go get a free agent and get a 4 that fits better with Sabonis and can rim protect. That's not really this case. Like Keegan's the starting 4.
Well, I think the good thing that they've seen this season from Keegan is you were able to put him at the 3 quite a few times and have him just hold his own. And so you're looking at him like we talked about it before the season. He's a 4 that might be able to play some 3. I think now you're looking at him as a potential 3-4. Like, can you put him at the 3 long term? Can he be your long-term answer at small forward position? And the key to this is like an NBA offseason, when you get a young player like him, and I've even talked to like some, people within the walls of Golden One Center there, they say like one of the good things they like about Keegan is that he's got a young body. So he's a bit of a late bloomer. And so there's still potential for his body to change. And I don't mean grow and get taller, but like to mature. And so when the Kings get him in the offseason, you kind of know who he is, right? But if you can make him into more of a small forward body right now as a second-year player this offseason, like I think you can do that. You can work with his mechanics. You can work with his flexibility. You can like choose like lean body over like bulking him up to play the 4. And I kind of believe that that's where the Kings are going to head. Like they now know that he can play some three, and he's probably going to be pushed more that way.
Well, it's the Dallas Mavericks tonight, and we know it's the Dallas Mavericks tonight and tomorrow. We know that the Dallas Mavericks like to get up a lot of threes. This is I thought Dallas was really. We talked about this with both Trysta and Will Z earlier. And it's going to be a similar game because Luka's not back tonight. So it's Kyrie and everybody else. And that offense looked really smooth with Kyrie Irving kind of running it and Kyrie Irving being the primary scorer. He had all 5 starters in double digits. Now, this was an entirely different game in the fact that they were playing the Los Angeles Clippers, which is normally going to keep the game relatively low scoring. And Sacramento, obviously, is not going to do that. Their bench wasn't particularly good in that game. So I think there's a number of areas that Sacramento could take advantage of this particular team. But the overall long-winded point that I'm trying to make is Dallas looked really good in that first outing with Kyrie. It's not going to look like that when Luka returns. I don't know what it's going to look like when Luka returns. But that first outing, it looked really good with a lot of capable scorers.
Yeah, we're going to have to give that team a little bit of time. Like, that is such a massive swing for the fence and brings in such a dominant personality and dominant style of player. The good thing about Kyrie, which I didn't think I'd ever put those words together. The good thing about him, though, is that he has played with great players in the past. And he understands how to work with great players. And how to pick and choose his time versus allowing them to have their time. So there is that aspect to him. A lot of the other stuff, like I just don't know. Like, and the other thing, like Christian Wood, I don't know what's going on there. Like Christian Wood, they can't come to an agreement on an extension, or they haven't been able to. He can make, I think, a lot more money if they wait until this offseason and then extend him. Again, maybe a guy that the Kings could look at.
Is that money there? I mean, is he worth?
I don't know.
More than what he can get from Dallas?
Well, I don't think he's restricted either.
And the problem is what James said. Christian Wood, I don't know what's going on there. Has been said a lot in his career.
Yeah, there's something about him, but like even in this last game where they beat the Clippers, he only played 17 minutes off the bench. And you're starting Josh Green, you're starting Reggie Bullock, you're starting Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dwight Powell. Like, first of all, they don't have anyone that can slow down Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
They also don't have anyone that can stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. Like,
Domas might have one of those first quarter double-doubles tonight.
Yeah, and the deal with them too is like they gave up a lot of defensive play when they moved away from Dorian Finney-Smith. He's killed the Kings. Like, he's a guy who has hurt the Kings multiple times. So I'm intrigued to see what this team looks like. And then you might get to see him like 2 totally different versions of them. Like one night it's Kyrie's show. The next night it's Luka's show with Kyrie as like secondary player. They've never played together. Like, how does that look? So I'm kind of, I want to see.
Well, that's the unique thing though. We know Kyrie can play without the ball. I don't think we know if Luka can do that.
I think we know he can't.
Well, okay. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but
and to give him the benefit, I don't think he's played with somebody as good as Kyrie.
No, that's very
he
true.
definitely hasn't.
No, that's very true.
He definitely hasn't.
So maybe with a guy like that, he's a little more willing to give up the ball, play off ball himself a little bit, and have some type of flow. But I look at this particular game, not this game because Luka's not playing, but if he did and plays tomorrow, whatever. I think it's a bad matchup for the Mavericks, good matchup for the Kings. We talked about their lack of anybody that can guard Sabonis and slow him down inside. There's that. The style of play for the Mavericks, very offensive style, like free flowing, little resistance on the defensive end. I think that plays into the Kings factors. And we talked about it earlier, and you just kind of look at the team. And I know they looked good without Luka and with Kyrie against the Clippers. But say Luka and Kyrie play together tomorrow, and let's say they go off for 60, 65 points or whatever. You got to find another 55 to 60 points to match up with the Kings. This isn't just get to 100. And I say that especially with Dallas because they don't play no defense. If it was a defensive stalwart going up against the Kings, like, yeah, maybe you're 60 from your 2 stars and you play good enough defense where you could hold them to 105 or something like that. That's not Dallas. Kings are going to put up points. So I said it earlier. You guys know what I meant. You can't beat the Kings by trying to outscore them. Okay.
You heard it here first. If you score more than the Kings, you won't win. That's what Kenny said.
That's science.
It'll be a first in the NBA. Kings are looking to make history.
Where is
Yes.
Dallas? Dallas's defense is really, really close to the Sacramento Kings defense.
Yeah.
A 114.7, and that was with versus a 114.9 for the Kings.
And calling back on our Will Z conversation, I think it was 2 and 8 in terms of offense.
Yeah, and that's with Dorian Finney-Smith, who's a very good
They
defender.
take a bunch of corner threes. That's what Wilsey was talking about earlier.
Yeah, the corner
That
threes,
was
he
his
kills
job.
you. Yeah. They are second and 8th in offensive rating. The Kings are right there. They're 0.1 behind the Nuggets again. So
An offensive rating.
Their defensive rating keeps fluctuating between it's just in the 114s, but high 114, low 114. They move up to 20th. They drop back to 24th. It's not been great. I mean, that's what I want.
But it's funny. 20 is 20. If they were 19th, I'd be elated.
Yeah, if they could get to 16, and that's where again, you could have added 1 or 2 pieces and got better defensively. You can't fix everything and be a top 5 defensive team. You could have got better without any question. I mean, there are ways to get better defensively.
And I don't mean to take it from defense off because you're right. I was thinking about something earlier. Have the Kings one of the best offenses in the game, right? It really seems, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, they haven't had everybody clicking at the same time except for one game. It's either Malik is hitting and Kevin's not, or vice versa. Maybe TD hits when both Trey Lyles is hitting because Malik can't hit and Kevin. They've had one game really where everybody was cooking, and it was.
I thought about that
masterclass.
earlier when Ham mentioned the way Harrison started the season. And it reminded me of how Kevin Huerter started the season. And it's Kevin was way up here and Harrison was way down here. And I feel like they've been doing this. And maybe Kevin isn't where Harrison was to start the season, but he certainly dropped down from where he was. I definitely thought he was shooting 90% from 3 all season long. But that plummeted down a little bit as Harrison rose. And it just, if I'm a double team with my partner Kenny here, because if basketball is so different after the All-Star break, well, what if the Kings start hitting offensively? All of them. What if their little season quirks start to line up? Then Dallas has a problem. All of these other teams have a problem.
Scary season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. You're talking about how Huerter and Barnes have kind of fluctuated like this. And then you have Monk, who's literally
that's right,
like a 3-year-old grabbed your
but that's
chart
awesome.
and
Yeah,
started scribbling. What in the world are you doing? Yeah, and we've seen a lot of the players
and he's up right now. Monk is up right now.
Oh yeah, he's way up.
He
He's
is up.
really, really good right now, and he's played exceptional. And he's really taking control of the second unit. He's passing. He's breaking down the defense. He's got his flash going. All the flare out.
And he did that on the road. If he does that tonight, man, that building's gonna explode.
It's gonna be some energy tonight.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh, it's gonna be. It's gonna be a night at the Golden One Center tonight.
I think so too. I'm really excited to see what this team looks like with a week and a half off, because they have a long All-Star break. They have a much longer All-Star break than a lot of other teams, because they don't play after what they have their final games on Tuesday. So they got a couple of days there to play with. The shooting usually is impacted greatly by the legs. So if this team gets a couple of days off to really relax and let their bodies heal up, and maybe we'll see a really, really strong initial coming out of the break where they are firing on all cylinders.
Domas obviously will too, and Scott Moak is the ultimate pro. The Sacramento Kings game ops are the best in the business. De'Aaron Fox is going to get one of the biggest pops in Sacramento Kings history tonight.
Oh yeah.
When his name is called as an when he's introduced and that crowd gets to congratulate him for the first time.
Yeah.
That's going to be a moment tonight at the Golden One Center.
Absolutely.
You're going to think the all-time scoring record was just broken.
They're going to stop the game.
Rasay's going to be out there with rain, and his parents are going to come to. Oh, he's going to think it's starting five. Yeah, it's going to be. If De'Aaron showed up in all black tonight, it's over. It's over.
You know, I thought about that though when I originally thought he was going to be on the All-Star team. I think I told you about it. Like you just think back to the day he was drafted and the hopes that like there was a love affair. Like it seemed like he wanted to be here and we wanted him bad, and we got together and we loved each other from the start. And you saw him, I know we talked about it earlier, but you saw him come from a young man to a man. And we've seen like it feels like he's been here forever. It's only been like 6 years, but it feels like we've seen him from like this young spiky haired kid to this grown man, and he's made it. He's done it. You know, we thought we were getting an all-star. We thought we were getting a franchise player and somebody that could change the franchise. And damn it, he's done it. He's done it. He's actually achieved it, man. It's a hell of a moment.
It's really cool. You know, I've covered this team this is 13 years, but to watch like DeMarcus Cousins come in the league as a 19-year-old and play out the course of his career and see where things went, and unfortunately, you know, where his career path went, but then to get to start over with someone else and get to see them like have a really rough rookie year, and second year, oh, so much better. Third year, like, fourth year, he's incredible. Takes a little bit of a step back. You know, the instability of the franchise started to wear down on him. And then to see him come full circle and get to have this moment, I'm super excited for him, because you're right. Like, you know, you see this little spiky haired kid and he weighed like 165 pounds when he came in the league. But to be there and talk to him all the way through, and to see like the brash, cocky Fox that it still comes out on occasion because that's who he is. But to watch him grow up, it's been really, really a pleasure. He's a good kid. You know, I've really enjoyed like being around him in this setting, and it's cool to see. Where you know, there are times where I could say that with Cousins, but there are also a lot of dark times. Like, oh man, what are we doing? Like, you know, it's hard because you as a journalist, you're not allowed to like step in and like, man, can I help you with something? Can I just like try to like, like it's really hard because. But De'Aaron's never strayed from a path. Like it's always been like he's a good kid. He's just waiting for the right opportunity.
Well, I won't ask you to predict the basketball game. So who you got Sunday, Hammer?
31-20.
Chiefs. Oh,
yeah,
Chiefs.
Boy,
Chiefs.
He didn't watch Patrick Mahomes come up from the young team.
in fact, he did.
That's right.
In fact, he did. I know you got Kansas City.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a close game.
Yeah, I don't like the score, but you did bring something up earlier that I absolutely believe is a factor in this, and like Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes showing up again and losing.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening.
They're gonna have that look in their eyes.
I don't see that happening. They know what that feels like. If you're listening on ESPN 1320, if you're listening on 98.5 FM. KRXQ HD2. If you're listening on the Odyssey app and you want more Kings coverage, you missed Trysta Krick. You missed Kyle Madson. You want to recap everything James Ham said to get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Dallas Mavericks. Don't move. We're going to run it back for you next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. We coming for you, Luka.
Bold. Oh, it's bold. That's bold. Man.
87-22 Chiefs. That's brilliant. Yeah. I don't know. I just really, really like Mahomes. I think
I love Patrick Mahomes.
I'm glad he
Somebody asked this question.
MVP.
It's Brad, a different Brad in the chat. I wanted to answer this. D-Lo and KC, what was your gaming system as kids? D-Lo seems like Genesis guy. KC, Super NES. I was so loyal to Sega Genesis. I did not like Super Nintendo. Don't ever put that on me, Brad.
I did. I had I always got video game consoles late because we were poor. We didn't have a lot of money. So like you know, I might have gotten a PlayStation when like PlayStation 2 came out or something like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we had a Sega for a while, but I was really young when I got off video games. I was probably 15, and my mom just started buying me music. She was like, "I'm not buying you video games anymore. Like, but whatever music you want, I'll buy you music, but I'm not buying you video games anymore."
Because you threw the controller, huh?
It's part of probably part of the reason. I broke too many controllers. I did have a Nintendo Wii later in life, but that's just for family fun.
Dope.
Yeah, that was
Wii
just for family
really fun.
fun.
That's where I played Guitar Hero at, and I would learn all these songs that I wouldn't know otherwise.
Don't stop, believe.
What was,
or whatever
now
them
this
songs
is
were.
this is probably embarrassing. I shouldn't say this, but what's my song?
I don't know what that is.
It's like a Metallica song, but I know it from Guitar Hero. That's where I know it from.
I don't know what
And
that
would
is.
press my little
I
buttons.
like Guitar Hero and
Wow, wow.
what's the big with the microphones and everything?
Rock Band.
Rock Band.
Rock
yeah, I love Rock Band.
Yeah, I can
Those
see that. I can
games
see
were
Rock Band
phenomenal.
going down at the Ham household.
We had a Wii Rock Band, and then they don't sell it anymore. You can still buy new music. They add new music all the time, but they don't sell the system anymore.
Well, it's only if you already have it, you can get new, but you can't buy a new one.
You can't buy a new one. So my first gaming system was a Atari 2600.
Damn.
And I was really good at Space Invaders. And then for Christmas one year, all of my friends were getting computers, like early computers, and we asked for a Commodore 64. And my parents weren't wealthy, and like we'd even like me and my brother, we had found a magazine where you could order one and get like a whole package for like $450. But for my parents, $450 was like, you know, that's a lot of money. And we got all the way to the end of Christmas. There were 2 boxes sitting there. We thought it was a computer, and it ended up being sleeping bags. And we were so bummed out and crushed. And then my parents wheeled it out of the closet at the last second. We got our Commodore 64.
Gotcha. Who's the best golfer between the three of us? I'm the worst. I'm pretty sure.
It's got to be James.
There was a time where I was a good golfer. I can't swing a club at all. But like, yeah, I mean, I've shot in the 80s, but I haven't shot better than that.
Yeah, I think I could eventually be a good golfer, but I have not golfed.
I ain't got no back at all.
Ham ain't got no back. He lost that swivel in the hips.
Yep.
All right, man. Thanks for a huge
If
week.
anybody's coming out tonight, we will be out there. Say what's up, man.
Yeah, come through, say hi.
Go to that cream.
Yeah, section 105.
Section 105.
Yeah, and we're
be
right there. We're 105, 104. Yeah. We're in that area. So
we're gonna be over there. I'm gonna get some of the Oreo joint for sure.
All right. Looking forward to seeing those that are out there. Again, appreciate all the love this week. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. And man, we'll see you back here Monday.